Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Teresa Martin is innocent, part two. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Teresa Martin is innocent, part two. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. I'm here and I am back and I am back with a vengeance, peoples. I said I'm here and I am back and I am back with a vengeance. And I'm here to talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, peoples. I said I'm here to talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, peoples. And so I'm going to go back, peoples, and I'm going to come back and refresh with the various things that I have been saying before I left. And so I want to go, peoples, and I want to come back and I want to talk about three things, peoples. I want to talk about three things, and I want to try to get clarity out of confusion. That's what I want to do. I want to try to get clarity out of confusion, peoples. And so, peoples, my question is simply this. And let's go back and recap. So let's go back and recap, peoples. So when we look at this, peoples, let's go back to the case files. Let's go back to the case files. I want to go back and open up the case file. So let me go back to recent. I want to go back to the recent, peoples, and let's look at the case files. Oh man, so I had so many case files open, so I'm trying to figure out which one is which. Now I wanted to go to the most recent one, but this is not the most recent one. All right, so that's not going to do me no good. So here, let me go back to the. Let me go back here. Let me go to new. And okay, here it is right here. I think these are it right here. Okay, there it is right there. Good. I got back to where I was doing. So I want to go back to the case files, peoples, and I want to go and bring your attention to this right here, peoples. I want to bring your attention to this right here. And so the case files said, peoples, that the complainant also state that the friends came back to the complainant's house at approximately 0400 hours with the victim's mother's vehicle. Those friends were not on the scene at the time of this report. All right, so peoples. Help me to make this make sense. Help me to make this make sense. And I need your help, peoples. I need your help. I need you to help me to make this make sense. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender had says, "Hey, Mr. Edward. And see, you guys are coming in with all of these beautiful pictures and things. Mariah's coming in with all of these different pictures and all, and then we have Gina to you, and we have all of the others and stuff. And so, I just have a beautiful set of moderators, people. So I just wanted to just throw that out there. And so, people, I need you to help me to make this make sense. Help me to make this make sense. And I'm gonna see if I can be able to call this PDF up. Call this up. Let me go back to my computer, and let me go to the case files. I'm gonna go to the desktop, and then I'm gonna go to the case files for Kanika. And I'm gonna try to call it up this way instead of me having to go through that thing. I'm gonna call it up this way, where it is. Kanika's case files. There we are. And then go to the narratives, and then that one, and we're gonna open up number one right here. Let's open up number one. And let me see how it looks when I show it within the thing. Okay, no, I don't think that's gonna work. Let me see. Let me take a look here, people. So let me go back to my channel. No, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work because see, it shows the thing, but it doesn't enlarge it in the manner to what I want it to be. So I'm gonna go ahead and exit that out, and I'm going to do it the other way. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and I'm going to do it the other way. So here, let me share my screen, and then let me go back to the case files like that. So I'm gonna share my screen, and then I'm gonna go back to the PDF file like this, and then that way, yeah. Now see, you guys can be able to see it crystal clear, and it's enlarged to where you guys can be able to read. Okay, there it is right there. Beautiful. That's what I was looking for right there. Okay, so now it says, peoples, that the complainant also states that the friends came back to the complainant's home at approximately 400 hours, which is 4 a.m. in the morning, with the victim's mother's vehicle. Those victims were not on the scene at the time of this report. Okay, but see, notice what he had said. He said that the complainant's friends came back to the complainant's house at approximately 400 hours with the victim's mother's vehicle. Those friends were not on the scene at the time of this report. Okay, so he said that Lenora had said that the friends came back to the house at 4 a.m. So help me to make that make sense, people, because see what I'm trying to do is trying to get a greater understanding as to what is going on. What is going on? Because see, we have the case files that said that they brought the car back at 4 a.m. in the morning. And we got TM on video saying that the kids called her at 4:34 a.m. in the morning. And then we have on video footage that the kids were still at the establishment at 4 a.m. in the morning. So we got three conflicting stories, peoples. I said we got three conflicting stories. So help me to make it make sense. Because see, the thing is, peoples, do we go by the case files? Do we go by what TM says? Or do we go by what the surveillance video footage says, peoples? Because all three is saying something different. The case file said that they brought the car back at 4 a.m. in the morning. TM said that they called her at 4:34 a.m. in the morning. But the surveillance video footage shows that they were still at the establishment at around the 4 o'clock hour. That's conflicting, peoples. And how could that be? See. How could it be, peoples? How could it be? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Okay. So we got the timeline. We got the timeline because the timeline says, according to the video surveillance footage, the timeline says, according to the video surveillance footage, that they came there at 1:13 a.m. in the morning. And then at 1:30, according to the case files, Lenore got a final text message from Kanika. Well, we don't know what the text message says, but she got a text message from Kanika, according to the case file. And then, according to Brazy Certified World Media, Kanika was supposed to have gotten on that elevator at 2:34. Okay, at 2:34. But from 2:34 to 4:34 was supposed to be the call. So my question is if the kids caught TM at 4:34 and Kanika got off the elevator at 2:34, why is everything so equal? Why couldn't it be 4:33 or 4:23 or 4:17 or 2:16 or 2:19 or something? Why is it 2:34? Why is it always an equal number, peoples? 2:34 to 4:34. Okay, so that's exactly 2 hours. And they said that she was missing for about 2 hours. But see, what I find strange, people, is simply this. How could that happen? And the surveillance video footage says that the kids is still at the establishment at around the 4 o'clock hour. So it ain't no way that the kids can call TM at 4:34, but yet they brought the car back at the 4 o'clock hour, but yet the surveillance video footage says, hey, they are still at the establishment. Something is wrong. Something is wrong, peoples. You can't have all three at the same time. And then as I shown you, peoples, let me show you again, people. So let me show you again. Here is Shemaya and Monifa on an elevator at 12:38 a.m. in the morning. And it says today. And that's the screenshot that I got. And that's the time that it says. And as you can see on the edge, it says Ed right there. See that? Because that's when I screenshotted it. So they're in the same attire, but it's only Monifa and Shemaya. And look what they all doing. Again, Monifa is taking a selfie picture of her and Shemaya because that's what they always do. They use the inside camera to take a selfie picture. But see, the only problem with this, people, is simply this. Monifa is taking a selfie picture of her and Shemaya. But there is no window, there is no mirror. There's no mirror. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is no mirror that she is reflecting the camera off of. And if it was a mirror, but then it would be kind of like a 3D image because it will be an image to an image to an image. Just like you see when I go ahead and I turn it to the page like this. See, you see the 3D, you see there, right there, and then you see there, right there, and then you see right there, and then there, right there, and it goes on to infinity all the way down. That's called a mirror image. And then you see the same effect, peoples, in you see the same effect in the picture with Kanika, Shemaya, and Monifa. Let me go ahead and let me fast forward that to the picture right here. And wait, let me see. Okay. This one right here, as you can see. So Monifa is taking a selfie of them, but she's directing it off the mirror. And as you can see in the picture, you see Kanika, you see the back of Kanika's head, then you can see Kanika's face, and then it's so on and so on and so forth. You see that, right? You see how the mirror, and then the mirror, the border of the mirror, and then the border of the mirror right there. And then look at Kanika's face. You see her face, the back of her head, and then her face again. Well, that's because Shemaya is directing her camera phone in a mirror. But Monifa is not doing that, peoples. As you can see, Monifa is not doing that, peoples. And so there is no triple effect. So, which is indicative of the fact that somebody is taking a picture of Monifa and Shemaya. I said somebody is taking a picture of Monifa and Shemaya. And I surmise to you people that this was the part of the setup because, again, they are there. They took the picture at 12:38 a.m. at the establishment, at the Crown Plaza. You see that they are in the same attire. There you see it right there, right? And you see Monifa has the keys to Kanika's car. There it is right there. You see that, right, people? There it is right there. But see, the thing is, peoples, the thing is simply this. Monifa is not taking a picture of themselves because there is no triple type of image that is showing in their picture. Somebody is taking a picture of them and she's playing like she is taking a picture of herself. And that is the bingo moment right there, people, as I just shown you. See, this is why you can't fool Edward Joseph. See, I'm a videographer, photographer, and I've been doing this stuff for over 20 years, people. And so you cannot fool me. You cannot fool me with your antics, peoples, because, see, I call it out all the time. And now let's go back, peoples. Let's go back to the video of when the young lady was supposed to be Kanika walking in with Monifa and Shemaya. Now, see, peoples, let me tell you for the book and for the record. Okay, let me tell you for the book and for the record. Now, and I'm going to set this straight and I'm going to set this clear. All right. Now, although I said that TM is innocent, I said that TM is innocent in this little segment. I didn't say TM was innocent across the board. No, I didn't say that. And so I want to make it clear to the people where I am saying. Now, I agree with what TM had said, with what she had said in the interview. I agree with that. I accept that. And I apologize for that because that's what she said. Now, do I believe that TM is innocent across the board? No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't. Because there's other things in this case that I still have reservations that TM has said and did. But in this instance, in this little sliver of this case, I do believe that TM is innocent. I apologize. I was wrong. I was wrong. And see, that's the thing, people. See, I can admit when I'm wrong. Because, see, it was proven to me that I was wrong. But now it's not proven to me that I was wrong on everything. It was just in this particular arena or this particular area, I was wrong. We got a lot to go, peoples. We got a lot to go. And so the thing is, people, see, where they thought that they deleted everything in the beginning, they didn't, because I got the videos. I just got to find them. But I got the screenshots and I have shown you. Now, you remember when I have shown you the baby that was in Irene's life. It was Irene who had her child there. And you remember the little girl that was walking in the halls with that tall guy? That little white girl was in Irene's life as well, along with Irene's baby son. Oh, you didn't know that, right? You didn't know that, right? Well, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, that child that was in the hallway walking with the guy that was tall, that child was in Irene's life. The little white girl was in Irene's life with her son. And so people see, you forgot about that. I didn't. I didn't forget. But I've shown you. And when I find that video, that is going to be the major aha moment, peoples. Because see, they deleted all of that shit and they thought that people wasn't going to screen record that and all that stuff. I got the video because I talked about it many times in my earlier version of the live. And so I have to go through all of my lives and scroll through to try to find that little clip. But I got the video. I got the juicies, peoples. And not only did I download the video, but I've always screenshot as well. So if I don't have one, I got the other. But I got the videos, peoples, because I save everything. That's why I had to get another hard drive and stuff so I can go ahead and put all of my Kanika stuff on that hard drive and free up the hard drive that I'm using right now. But I got the juicies. See, you can't tell me what I don't know. You can't tell me what I don't know. But see, the thing is, I can show you what I do know. And let me show you, peoples. I said, let me show you, peoples. Here it is. Here's the aha moment right here. There is the baby right there. That is Irene's baby. That's by her breast. That is Shemaiah in the background, peoples. I have already shown you earlier in the live that is Shemaiah, because Shemaiah, let's go and take a look at this. Let's recap just for a brief second. Because this is Shemaiah. Look at Shemaiah's head right here. Look how round and oval round that is, and look how round that is. And then look at the pointed of the head right there, and look at the pointed of the head, and then look how it tapers down, and look how it tapers down, and it comes down to her shoulder, just like Shemaiah hair comes down to her shoulder. That is Shemaiah, and she has on the shirt, which is Shemaiah has on the same shirt. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. You see that, right? I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. And see, Irene had her child along with the little white girl in Irene's life. And then, as you can see, peoples, there is Kanika Jenkins right there. And I've already shown you the video of Kanika walking behind Irene. See, that's receipts, peoples. That's due diligence right there. That's just to let you know, peoples, Edward Joseph is on his shit. Because see, the thing is, you can't debunk me because I got a lot of the original content. And there it is in your face, peoples. I got the video of this. I got to find the video of this. I have the video, peoples. I have the video. But there's the screenshot right there. And then you see the two different girls. Shemaiah, which is the very first time that any of you ever seen Shemaiah and Irene's live. This is the very first time that you ever seen Shemaiah and Irene's live, peoples. The very first time. But now you see her. And then you see Kanika, peoples, and Irene's live. So now let's get with the question here, people. So let's get with the question. Let's get with the question, peoples. And the question is simply this, peoples. Question is simply this. How in the hell, if Kanika and Monifa and Shemaiah and Bree came to the establishment and they walked in at 1:13, Kanika gets a final text message, or she calls her sister by text message at 1:30, and from 1:30 to 2:34, that's only 1 and 4 minutes of a golden hour. 1 hour and 4 minutes, peoples, before Kanika supposedly come up missing from the room. Now, we know that Irene went live several times. You've seen the picture of Monifa and Shemaiah. And the picture stated that they were there at 12:38 a.m. in the morning. And they are in the same attire, peoples. See, that's the timestamp right there, 12:38. I couldn't put that down there, peoples. That's embedded in the photo. All I did was just take a screenshot of it. I couldn't put that on there, peoples. I couldn't change that for the life of me. So the thing is, peoples, think about it. If Shemaiah and Monifa is at the establishment well before 1:13, then help me to make that make sense, peoples. I said, help me to make that make sense, peoples. How is it that Shemaiah and Monifa be at the establishment well before time, peoples? Help me to make that make sense. And then at 1:13, they all, Shemaiah, Monifa, Bree, and then supposedly Kanika, walk into the establishment at 1:13 to go ahead and repeat all of this bullshit and madness. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Or was it a different day? Was it a different day? Was this the reenactment? And Kanika was there at an earlier day. Well, let me tell you something, people. Let me tell you something. I know you don't believe in a Kanika Jenkins and a Kanika Martin, peoples. Well, it had to be two different girls. It had to be two different girls, peoples. And just like I told you, Teresa Martin has a twin sister that looks damn near like her, but one has bags under their eyes and one doesn't. That's how you can tell the difference. And then there's other subtle differences, but she has a twin. I'm gonna find that picture, peoples. I'm gonna find that picture. I just shown it not too long ago, and I've been looking frantically, but I think I had played it off of one of my lives that I did and things. But see, the thing is, peoples, everything that I talk about is everything that I can prove. So it ain't no problem. And so when you want to get sassy and stuff, well then, you just sit your little tail down and hold them horses, because if you ever follow me, go back and watch the lives. It's on the live. I said it's on the live, peoples. If you ever want to see and ever want to know anything, just go back to my previous lives, peoples, and you will see for yourself what Edward Joseph has been saying, peoples. Do you understand, peoples? Okay, there it is right there. There it is right there, peoples. Now look at the neck. See, the neck is all fat. And then look at the neck right here. You can see the neck bone. Okay, there it is right there, peoples. And look at the lips, peoples. Look at the chin. The chin has little dimples in it, and this one doesn't. See that? And then look at the bags under the eyes. The bags under the eyes is big and thick. And then look at the eyebrows. The eyebrows is big and round right here at the tip, and then it goes down like that. But look at the eyebrows right here. The arch is even different. And then look at the eyes. The eyes is a little bit more sleepier and bulgier. But then look at the eyes right here. It's a lot more refined, peoples. Teresa Martin twin. Well, for those who said that Teresa Martin did not have a twin, there is her twin right there. And then I want you to notice one thing. She has stars for earrings. And guess where they're from, peoples? They're from Jamaica. Pacific Islanders, peoples. They're from Jamaica. Do you see what I'm saying, peoples? You see that, right? You see what I'm saying, peoples. And see, the thing is right here, this is not the real tattoo. They just tried to make it seem like she had a tattoo on, but she didn't, because look, see that? See, that's all blurry and blotchy and things. And so see the square right there? See the square right there? They tried to make it seem like she had a tattoo, but she didn't have a tattoo, peoples. One did and one didn't. And this twin didn't, peoples, as you can see. See that, peoples? I said, do you see that, peoples? I said, bingo to the bingo, peoples. There she is right there. There's Teresa Martin twin. Just in case that you didn't know. Now you know. Because even if you say that that's Teresa Martin, all you got to do is just look at the eyebrows, peoples. Look at the eyebrows. See that? Look at the eyebrows, peoples. Look at the forehead. See that? Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Okay? Y'all see that, right? All right. So, as Teresa Martin has a twin, Kanika Jenkins has a twin. You don't believe me, right? Well, I've been showing you the difference between Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin. I've been showing you all of that throughout all of the lives that I've ever did, peoples. Now I just showed you Teresa Martin twin, which you guys thought that you knew, but you didn't know. But now you know now. Trey Gay didn't even know this. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So see, I can always back up what I say, peoples. Can you? So now let's break this down even further, peoples. Now, since I had went back and I had recapped upon some things to bring you up to speed, I see my people is in the house. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to them, and then we're going to get right into this. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, "Hey, Mr. Edward." And then Mariah Lavender had given some lovely hearts. Hello, Gina, to you to be. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina to you had said greetings, Edward, and greetings, Mariah, and says Happy Mother's Day, Mariah. And Mariah had said, Thank you, Happy Mother's Day to you as well, Gina to you. And then Gina to you has says, Thank you. And then commentary, that's right, right, different day, and there's an indent in the middle of the lip. The other one doesn't. There is no eyebrows. They are drawn on, but definitely two different people. And there's the bingo to the bingo peoples. Just as there is two Teresa Martins with one is what is the name? Y'all give me a minute. Um something Swearington. Something Swearington. I can't remember the first name, but something Swearington. That's just one of Teresa's name, real name, is something Swearington, but it's not Teresa Martin. Something Swearington. Deprina Swearington. That's what it is. That's her real name. Deprina Swearington. So as you see, peoples, it is two different Teresas. It is two different Kanikas. Okay, y'all see that, right? Okay, you see that. Two different Teresas, two different Kanikas. And these are real people. And they're related. I don't know if they're sisters or whatever and stuff, but see, this is one of the reasons why you can't get any information upon Kanika Jenkins. And you really can't get any information on Kanika Martin. Jenny to you has already did a scan, an eye scan, what they call it, a live scan, and then she did a genealogy tree scan. You know, so you can't really find information upon Kanika Jenkins. And if you do find anything of a Kanika Jenkins, it's only limited. You only just have a few little pictures, like one or two baby pictures of a Kanika Jenkins, and that's it. Well, you go up on the Jenkins side of the family, which is Kanika's father, and you try to look at the genealogy that way. Yeah, she has sisters, and I'm not going to show them because, they don't want to have nothing to be a part of this case. I've already shown them once, and I got a email stating, "Could you please not show our pictures because we don't want to have anything a part of this whole thing." And I said, respectfully, yes, I respect your wish. Yes, and one of the sisters reached out because the Jenkins side, watches my lives. Okay. So that's just how real it gets. And I have communications with the Jenkins side of the family. And I ain't going to tell you who I politic with over there, but this is how I get a lot of my information through family members, which I have already told you guys from the beginning. Okay. Now, again, you ain't got to believe anything that I say, but I mean, hey, the evidence is right there. It's in your face. So how can you debunk me? You know, you can't. And that's where we'll leave it right there. Okay. So people, so we see the difference in between the two ladies right there. We see the difference in between the two ladies right there. And so, peoples, we have to get a greater understanding as to how did all of this happen. Because see, the thing is, and I want to go back to I want to go back to several places here. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, and let's see if we can get a little bit of clarity out of confusion. See, people, I just get tired of all of the bullshit and nonsense of the people saying, this and that and the other and stuff. I mean, if you got some real good content, come and have politic with me and let's talk about it. Other than that, stop shooting your shot and lying upon these people, you know, and saying that, oh yeah, they was at the Marriott and they was at the Doubletree and all of this shit. No, they wasn't. No, they wasn't. And see, the thing is, people's, I didn't develop this timeline. I didn't. They did. Do you understand what I'm saying? I did not develop the timeline. They did. And so y'all remember this famous picture right here. And let me go back to this picture right here.
Hello, how's everybody doing? Hope you're doing all right. Weather over here in Texas is doing a flip flop. Don't know what it wants to do. Now, just get to this video here. I'm going to start with the post and the comments that was my inspiration for making this video. If you don't want to sit through that, go ahead and just jump towards the end. This is going to cover how many of us day oneers, and I include myself in there because I have made mistakes. I just try to go back and correct them if I do find that I have a mistake somewhere out there on the internet. So that way all the new people doesn't follow the same mistake that I made.
All right. So now we're going to scan through some things, peoples. So let's go ahead and scan through some things right here. And let's look at it. And some of the things it says, this is scary as shit. Oh my God, I have chills. Definitely looks suspect. So sad. She don't look alive in these photos. Can some tell me, is Kanika dead on this picture, please? Did they, please, they did her so wrong. And then why, I mean, and how would you know that? And she was asking somebody. Okay. So those little comments don't really mean nothing to me. Things, but let's see if we can find a little something else here. Okay, so that really doesn't mean anything, and this same old BS and bullshit and nonsense and stuff. So, and see, people's, this is what you got to be careful who you politic with. Okay, I see Alice Richardson. Alice Richardson, she has said, I think it is something wrong there. We don't get you like that. It do look like something has been done to her. And yes, Kanika do have big lips. I may be wrong, but they do look a little swollen. And then Kevin had said, we got gas here that did people like that. You must don't smoke weed, then that gas will put your ass out. And then Kevin had said her lips the same size. Alice had said, I don't know about that, but if you don't see it happen, and neither did I, who's to say? That was my opinion about her lips. Okay, have yours and I have mine. I'm not going to argue. I just made my comment about what I thought. That's it. Period. And so, you all the time got people who wants to sit here and argue with you upon everything and stuff. So, this is what the person does. Okay. So now here's the comparison of the lips and stuff. See, you know, here's the comparison of the lips. And then there you see the little gap. There you see the little gap in the teeth. It is Kanika, people. There it is. And so I don't have to splice up lips and things in order to get a greater understanding that that's Kanika, you know? And see, they go through all of the different things and stuff, you know? I've been talked about this, peoples. I said there is a short tooth. There it is right there. Same thing. See that? There's the younger version of Kanika right there. And so and there is Monifa with Irene. Shakira Garrett. Remember the one who they proclaimed looks like Kanika. And all of these comments was on September the 10th, 2017. But how could that be? And how could Kanika be alive? You see that, right? But that was supposed to be Sakara Garrett peoples right here. See that? So this is September the 10th, 2017. And from the looks of this, do that look like Kanika peoples? A lot of people say, oh, yeah, Kanika is alive. Kanika is alive. And all like this and stuff. See, you know, well, you be the judge, peoples. Did that look like Kanika? It favors her, but it's not Kanika. See? You can just you can just tell from a distance that's not Kanika peoples, but it favors her, you know? See that? You can tell. See when you look at Kanika peoples, you can tell instantly whether the person is Kanika or is not. See that? And here's the Kanika's group right here. And these so badass bees. Jazzy Wright and all of them. Then here's more pictures of Kanika, you know, and doing their thing. and stuff. See that, peoples? And then here they go again with all of this stuff. Monifa Shelton Loso Gang Ko Kinshana. Kinshana Starks in Kanika Martin Destiny. And then Zari had said this is a gay ass group inbox. One mutual friend, Kenny L. Jenkins, born June 1st, 1997. Then here's all of the other things. Y'all should know I'm never going to change. I'm always going to stay when y'all call on me, right? I'm always going to stay when y'all call me. I'm right there. Y'all see that, right? And then there's Monifa Shelton with the hearts and, all like this and stuff. Y'all better be still out there because that's an hour from now and I'm coming to your house, Kyra. It's just a little talk and stuff that the people do. But then look at here. It says, so which one of my friends fit come get me from work at Foloso Gang Kinshana Starks, Monifa, Shelton, Kanika, Martin don't all speak at once. And then K Dog said, if we out, I'ma come. At me back, Kyra, they flagged my page. Okay. Just a little small talk. And it ain't nothing to all of this stuff, peoples. It's just small talk of what these girls say and things. And so people want to try to make so much of bullshit and nonsense. But I want you to look at something, people. So I want you to look at that picture right there. That's Kanika Jenkins, peoples. See that? That's Kanika Jenkins. And you know how that's Kanika Jenkins? Because you can clearly see, peoples. There's the piercing on her side of her face. There's her big lips. There's her cheekbones. There's her eyes. And then look at the recess in her teeth right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. That is Kanika Jenkins, peoples. And then there you see Kanika Jenkins because you see the recess in her tooth and stuff. And I think this is when they were in the van with King Rob. See all this blurry shit. No, they was in an event with King Rob. This was a different van. But then look at there. There's Kanika again. And see, that's where they took that picture right there. See that? And the girl wasn't even dead. She was just laying back asleep. See that? See how they transformed the picture from looking like this girl to Kanika. And it's amazing how you can do a little bit of photoshopping. That's where the picture came from and how that picture came about. and Kanika is being laid upon this girl. See that? That's how that picture came about. So no, she wasn't dead, peoples. Bingo. All right, so we walked through that. So we solved that little mystery of when they tried to proclaim that Kanika was dead. No, Kanika was not dead, peoples. She was not dead, peoples. All right, so here, let's take a look at this video footage right here. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so one thing I wanted you to notice when they're walking in, peoples, look how long the hair is and goes all the way down the girl's butt. But in the other pictures, peoples, the hair. Now, see, look at this here, peoples. She has her keys. This person has her keys, but see, the thing is that this person hair goes all the way down to her butt, and Kanika Jenkins hair did not go all the way down to her butt. See, it's past the waistline and it's all the time tipping on the top of her little bun. As you can see the little streak of hair. See that? Look at that, people. See that? See that? And she has her keys and she has a cell phone in her hand. But how did Monifa end up getting the keys? And then where was her phone? Because remember, she walked in, this girl walked in with the keys and the phone, right? Well, my question was, did you see any video footage of them walking into the lobby, the main lobby, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree, and then the one who you guys call Kanika, she had veered to the right. Well, did you see on any video footage this particular scene right here? And see, this is the biggest mystery, peoples. This is the biggest thing that nobody ever talks about. You see all of that other video footage of all of Shemaya, Monifa, Irene, and Ty, Tanasia, and everybody that was in that Ty's live and stuff, and then Teresa Martin and her family and things, all in the lobby and stuff. But why isn't it that we never seen Bree, Shemaya, and Monifa walk up to the counter when they, as you see in the video footage, walked into the establishment? Why didn't you see that? Why didn't you see that? Why was this video footage omitted, peoples? Because see, they're showing everything else. So if they're going to show everything else, why couldn't they show this, peoples? Why? See, these are the things that you guys are not asking. And I just ask why, peoples. Why didn't they show it? Why, peoples? Why didn't they show it? Why? That's the question. Can anybody answer that? Why didn't they show it, peoples? Why didn't they show it, peoples? If this was supposed to be actual, factual, and true. Now, let's watch this here. Let's watch this. Let's look at it. Okay, so you see, she got a cell phone, got the keys. Monifa got the bag. Bree Bree is holding this the speaker. They walking down. Now watch when all of them go right and she goes left. But it looks like she gets snatched up, but she didn't get snatched up. See, she just turned to the right. But everybody said, oh, she got snatched up. No, she didn't get snatched up. They went to the left, and that person went to the right. And that's it right there. See that? And so that was supposed to be at 113, as you can see on the sync here. It says 113. See that right there? 113. Okay, y'all see that, right? So you see, but see, this is all blurred. This is all blurred. So you really don't know exactly what date or day this was because this is all blurred. But you can see the 1 hour and 13 and then 31 seconds. Yeah, see that, right? But this says 2017. This is '09, which is September. But what day? What day? Because see, that doesn't look like no 9. You see, the way that is swooped, that doesn't look like no 9. That looks like a 7. See, because look at the point. The point, it goes across and it goes straight down. But look at the 9. It's kind of round and then it goes curved like. There's no curve in this, peoples. And if you look at that and you look at that, because that's 2017. Look at that. Doesn't look like no 9, peoples. Doesn't look like no 9. But it's a reason why they blurred this image, peoples. It's a reason why they blurred the image because they didn't want you to see the date. So why are they playing games, people? So I mean, why don't they just come straight out and just say, hey, shit, this was the day and things and stuff. But nah, they don't want to do that. And so this is why we have to go back and we have to do our due diligence, peoples, and we have to really get down and investigate. So if it was so cut and dry, well then hey, but it's not cut and dry. So this is why I have to do what I have to do. You see that, right? And then even with this, is blurred. Why is it blurred, peoples? Why is it that when you're trying to get some clarity, all of this shit is blurred? Look at that. That's even blurred. They blurring the dates. Why are they blurring the dates, peoples? Why? Why are they blurring the dates? Why is that so significant, peoples? Why do they have it to where they have all of this blurred out? For what reason? That shit doesn't make no sense to me. But it is what it is. But it ain't gonna stop me from understanding some things, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. So now let's look at this. Okay, it says Irene Roberts is seen in Facebook live video after Kanika went missing. See, a lot of people said that, oh, well, this was before, but it says after Kanika went missing. Well, why would this doesn't make no sense because why would Irene be doing all of this shit after Kanika went missing? She's showing her muffin top. It's not after, peoples. This is before. Now look what she's doing, peoples. All she's doing is just recording herself and talking to the phone. which is what they do all of the time, peoples, as you can see. You see that? And then I want you to notice something else, peoples. They didn't need Kanika's phone in order to play the music because you hear the music in the background. And guess what, peoples? The music is not buffering. See, it's little details like that that you guys need to be aware of and understand and learn. So why was the music buffering when everybody was in a room, but now the music is playing very well and only just a couple of people in the room? This is before everybody came. And she's not live. She's just only recording herself on the cell phone.
Don't know how to turn the radio. Oh, yes, please. You gotta listen to the radio too.
See, not. She's talking to her sister. See that? The music ain't buffering. It tells you a lot, people, right there. The music is not buffering. Somebody else is controlling the music. You see that, right? It ain't everybody is in live.
I know what you're going through. What the heck is going on? Oh, you got the song. Oh, yeah. I know what you're going through. I can get the shit through. The calling baby. I'm on that.
And see, there it is, peoples, right there. Now, so what is that telling you, peoples? So if the music ain't buffering and she went live, what is that telling you? It ain't nothing wrong with the internet. All of that fluff and stuff, all of that is bullshit and nonsense, peoples. So we've already understood that the picture that they did of the fake dead Kanika and stuff, you already seen how that came about and stuff. Now you see Irene, she went live before everybody came in, and she had a speaker and she's playing the music on that. And it didn't buffer. And then we seen over here to where all of the girls came in, and it was at 113. Okay. It was at 113. And so this is the second part to this video that we just played right here. So let's okay. So she has a cell phone and her keys. Nobody has anything else. And then look at Shamaya and Monifa have on the same attire. Okay. Now I want you to look at the supposed Kanika's attire. Now you see the crisscross in the shirt right there. Kanika didn't wear no crisscross shirt. You see that right there, right? You see the black thing because the hair is alongside, and then you see the black crisscross on the shirt. You see that right there, right? So let me Go ahead and bring this back a little bit. Bingo to the bingo. Now you can see it crystal clear. You see the pattern on the shirt right there, right? Kanika did not wear a crisscross black laced shirt. So that is indicative of the fact it wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika. I don't know how many times I keep having to tell you guys that. And there it is right there. There's the evidence in your face. Peoples, you'd never seen anything because the people say, oh no, that is hair. Hair don't blue, the hair doesn't look like that. Look at the V shape right here. It is nice and straight and equal. And then it goes down. It's a cross and it's a cross because you can see the blackness right here. You can see the blackness right there. And then you can see the long blackness right there. It's a crisscross, but it's a black shirt. I mean, it's a white shirt with a crisscross on it and it connects in the center. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. That is not Kanika Jenkins, peoples. I don't know how many times I need to tell you guys that it's not Kanika Jenkins because Kanika Jenkins never wore anything that was black on her breasts or on her chest. And there it is right there, peoples. The evidence don't lie. The picture don't lie. The video don't lie. You can clearly see it crystal clear in your face. It doesn't lie, peoples. Right there in your face. That is indicative of the fact it's not Kanika Jenkins that ever walked into the establishment. I see that, right? Okay, let's rewind that a little bit. Okay. Let me slow this down some. Because it doesn't really matter what you say, peoples. The bottom line is that that's not Kanika. It's not Kanika. So, you know, I mean, you can keep saying it is till you blue in the face, but, you know, I'm just going to continue until I'm blue in the face and tell you it's not Kanika. Let's see, can I slow this down? I don't think this thing has a slow button. Let me see, player settings right here. Okay, can I slow it down? All I want to do is slow it down. So, slow it down, slow it down. Doesn't show me anything to where I can slow it down. Okay, see, this is why I don't like this. Okay, this is the share. That is the, let's switch to TV mode. That is just only to crop it. That is to enlarge full screen. When it said play to, I'm not trying to play to the TV. And then what it says. Theater mode. I don't want theater mode. Okay. And then that is to refresh or rotate. I don't want to do that. So, okay. So it's not going to let me slow it down. This is why I don't like Power DVD. But I'll do my best to. See that? See the hair? See how the hair just fluffed back? And then boom, when she turns in full view, look at the crisscross right there. See that? See that? See? Even that right there. Now you can see the crisscross in the shirt right there. Clear as daylight. It's not hair, peoples. It is not hair. It is the shirt that this person wore. Now, Edward Joseph has some very goddamn good eyes. I have eagle eyes, peoples, and I've been saying this forever and a day. And so when you sit here and you want to say, oh, well, that's Kanika. No, it's not Kanika, peoples. As you can see the crisscross right there in the shirt. Clear as daylight. Look at that. Clear as daylight. You can clearly see the crisscross in the shirt. Kanika didn't wear a black crisscross shirt. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Let me save this. Let me save this, peoples. The supposed Kanika walking the halls. Okay, so picture. Bingo. You can see the crisscross right there. Clear as daylight. Now, in this video right here, where they say that Kanika was supposed to be in the video with them. Well, how could that be, peoples? Why is it that when they're on the elevator and everything is so goddamn blurry? Why isn't that we just can't get no real good, wholesome video? Because this was the play. You got to understand the play, peoples. Got to understand the play. This was the play. Was Kanika really in the elevator with these girls? And then why is there so many different versions of this supposed Kanika? One big, one small, one short, one tall, one fat, one skinny. Plenty is many. But let's look at this. Why is it so dark in there? Huh? Why is it so dark? Why is this so blurry? Because it's the play, peoples. It's the play. Now look at this girl. Did that look like Kanika, peoples? The hair is retracted back and it's a big, gigantic forehead. Did that look like Kanika, peoples? Look at that. Look at the eyes and everything, peoples. Oh my God. I mean, you got a camera that's so goddamn close up, and this looked like a horror movie. Look at that. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Look at the face and stuff, peoples. Really, you mean to tell me that this is really Kanika? Come on, peoples. Now, let's transition from there and let's look at this right here. I want you to look at this picture, peoples, because they are in a well-lit elevator. And if you can take a picture like this in a well-lit elevator, why is the goddamn video so dark and grainy? Because that's the play, peoples. I said that is the play. You can't tell me that the phones is making grainy dark videos like that. And you just seen Irene took a video of herself in her muffin top, crystal clear. A picture is being taken of Monifa and Shemaya in the elevator, but in the elevator is so lit. So why is that video so grainy, peoples? Huh? Why is it so grainy? Because that is the play. I said that is the play, peoples. I see my peoples came into the house. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry says, Happy Mother's Day. Blessings, Edward, in chat. And then Mariah Lavender says, Hey, Carla, happy Mother's Day to you. All right, people. So see, I want you guys to get into the habit of looking at something, because again, if some photos or some videos is going to be grainy, well then every video should be grainy. Every video should match that of what they are taking on their cell phones. But if every video is not grainy, well then why are all of these videos grainy? And why is it always grainy when it pertains to a so-called Kanika? Not saying that Kanika never came to the establishment. She was in the elevator. But was she in the elevator at the days in time to when they said? See, that's why they want to distort the videos, because they don't want you to see and compare things from one time to another time. That's why they do that, peoples. It's the only reason why they distort the videos, because it's people like me that can discern and decipher and can pull and pick out different things. See, I can read silhouettes. And so they want to distort the video so much so to where I can't read the video, but I got eagle eyes. So you can't fool Edward Joseph. Just like when Monifa and Shemaiah had the picture of them taken in the elevator, I understood what was going on, and I've shown you how a picture was taken of them instead of them taking a selfie of themselves, because when Kanika, Shemaiah, and Monifa was in the bathroom in Irene's live, you seen the triple effect of Kanika's head in the video, because Shemaiah was reflecting the camera through a mirror. But with Shemaiah and Monifa, it didn't happen that way, peoples. No triple effect, no nothing, but just a crystal clear cut picture, and the picture wasn't even dark. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. So we're just going to browse through this TY shit, because look at this. This looked like something out of a horror film.
You ain't never seen a watch. Nigga, this a one on y'all finna get put out. Y'all finna get put out. Y'all get put out. What's up, bro? Nothing like my gun or something.
Okay, so in this live right here, where did you ever see Kanika Jenkins, peoples, in TY's live? Because that wasn't her standing up or walking to the door, peoples. It wasn't Kanika. And then how did Kanika become so thick and then so thin in this picture? You guys kill me when you guys be saying, oh yeah, that's Kanika. Did you see how thick that girl is in the video walking into the establishment? Now you got a thin girl who is playing Kanika in the bathroom. Really, peoples? Really?
You funny as fuck, Ruby. It's funny.
Now see, this is what I did right here, because I merged the two pictures together. Peoples. And notice the difference in between the two pictures here, peoples. See, the lighting is different, because this is really bright and this is really dark green. And then this mirror is superimposed upon this thing right here. See that little whatever thing back there? See that? So this is how you can tell the manipulation in the photos, because look how crystal clear and pristine clean that this picture is down here. But then when you look up here, look how dingy and dark it is. That's how you know when photos are edited, peoples. And this right here, how is a mirror going to be transparent upon some type of little big orb or something that's in the back of the mirror? See how the mirror is just sitting on top of this thing? See that, peoples? So that's how you know that pictures are edited. Clear as daylight. All you got to do is just look at it, peoples. You see how the mirror is transposed over this little thing right here. See, you can even see the background of this right through the mirror. See that, right? And then this is a mirror, so it's supposed to be reflecting the light from the outside, but yet you can see the circle thing. See that? See that? So all it is just this is superimposed upon the mirror, because see, the mirror cannot be transparent or translucent. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said the mirror cannot be transparent or translucent. See that, peoples? And so this little whatever thing is superimposed upon that. And then look at that, all grainy and pixelated. All grainy and pixelated. Look at that, all grainy and pixelated. It's not really crystal clear. See that? Look at the light, all grainy and pixelated. Now look at this. It's a bad picture, but at least it's a lot clearer. It's a lot brighter. It's a lot lighter. See that? But then look at the mirror. It's not translucent, and it's reflecting the light that's in the back. Bingo to the bingo peoples. And then look at the light. It's a lot brighter to when this is a lot darker and dingy. Bingo to the bingo people. So that's how you can tell. And then another thing, look at that right there. See the thing on the wall right here? See that right there? And then see that right there? Supposed to be a water thing. Well, you don't have it right here. There's nothing. See that? There's nothing right there. There's nothing right there. And there's nothing right there. But it's right there. And all they did was just superimpose this onto the wall when there's nothing right there on the wall. Bingo to the bingo people. See, that's the things that you have to train your eyes to see and understand, peoples. And so, you know, I just want to show you how you can spot edited photos. See, that's how you can tell the difference between edited photos, peoples. See, and now those are the things that you need to train your eye to see, peoples. You see that, right? So you need to train your eyes to see. And those are the things that I want to show you guys. So you can be abreast as to how to spot edited stuff. Okay, now let's go on with this video. See what else that we got in store here. Okay, so now here we go. People, the guys is walking in. Everybody's swaying. There's the guy in the red hoodie. And then walking down. So notice how they didn't walk up through the visibility bar. They just walked straight down the hall. Okay. So then they walk down and walk back. Now, here we go right here. Here we go right here. Now, remember, we're down on the lower level. So now, this is supposed to be 99 at 224. 224. But I thought she was supposed to have got out the elevator at 234. Okay, so 224. All right, so she's getting off the elevator. Okay, so now let's look at this again. So she's getting off the elevator. All right. So her breast is already almost popping out. So she got big breasts, and she's thicker than the girl that was in the room with Shamaya. I mean, with Monifa in the bathroom. This girl is way thicker. If you can't understand the difference between the body, the body styles, people's, the weight of the people, I don't know what's wrong with you. You guys are sad. You guys are sad. You guys are sad if you can't differentiate this girl being thick and then that girl in the bathroom with Monifa being so thin with no butt whatsoever. People, I am a guy. I know women's physique. You know, I know big and small, short and tall, fat and skinny. You should know that. And for you to sit up here and say, oh, yeah, that was Kanika in the bathroom. Oh, my God, peoples, you know, you got to come again. You got to come again. See, it's stuff like that really makes me look at you and say, man, you know, let me just pow you because you are, and then stupid. Because that is stupid to call that girl Kanika when you know damn well that girl is so goddamn thin, and this girl is thick as a brick. Come on, and look at her bulging boobs. And that girl in that the girl in the bathroom with Monifa had hot dogs. She had hot dogs. This girl got cantaloupes. Look how big those things is. Those are cantaloupes, peoples. That girl had hot dogs, hanging breasts. So you mean to tell me that that's Kanika? Come on, peoples. Now be real with me. Look at those breasts. Those are big, juicy brown rounds. Those are cantaloupes, miniature watermelons. And that girl in the bathroom had long hanging hot dogs. Come on now. Ain't no way that you're going to develop and put some air in a flat tire. Come on. That's stupid, people. So you stupid if you believe that. And yes, I am going to call you stupid because you are stupid if you believe that. But let's go on. Now her breast doesn't pop out until she trips over. Now her breast is out, hanging out. Now look, France Convey runs down. She's getting off the elevator, and it's 1:31, and France Convey is running down. But let's look at this before he runs down. What time was it? 2:24. And this is what? 1 1:31. So this video footage is all out of whack. It's 1:31, and she's supposed to be getting off the elevator at 2:24. Come on, peoples, really? That is a whole over a whole hour later. That's a whole hour later. So how in the hell is he running at 1:30 something, and then she's getting off at 2:24? Really, peoples? Come on now. Come on. Stop playing with me. I said stop playing with me, peoples. Okay, so let's look at this. So he runs down, and then she comes up at 2:25 because the elevator is right there. So she's coming up the ramp. And then at 1:31, he's back there. Wait a minute. So 1:31, he's down there running down. 2:24, 2:25, she's on the ramp. And then they comes back to this scene where he at 1:31 is down there by the elevator. Come on. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Now, again, she pops up again at 2:25 right here. So 2:25. So if you notice, and if you remember what the guy had said, that the medical examiner has said that the level of topiramate in her system wasn't even enough to cause her to be so whacked out like this. But that's if it was Kanika that he was checking. And it wasn't Kanika that he was checking. All of the shit was staged, people. This shit was staged. It wasn't Kanika that he was checking. So how could he check the levels of topiramate in her system? And it wasn't even the real Kanika Jenkins that he was checking. It wasn't her, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It wasn't the real Kanika Jenkins that the medical examiner, peoples, did not check the real Kanika Jenkins. Now, I know I'm going to have argument with all of these people who have family members that is doctors and stuff like that. Well, tell them to come on and tell them to come see me. Because if you guys are saying that this thick girl is that thin girl in the bathroom with Monifa, you stupid. That's just number one. You stupid automatically. You just stupid. And then going to try to tell me that this girl was all hooched up in topiramate and stuff. Peoples, come on. Come on. If you ever read the side effects of topiramate, it doesn't allow you to walk for hours of an establishment. You will be somewhere early, meaning throwing up, and you will be somewhere pissing, and you will be hot as hell, and then you will be extremely tired because topiramate works just like Benadryl. It puts you to sleep. That's why they say don't drink and drive. And so if this girl had alcohol in her system and then she had any type of cocktail of topiramate in her system, she wouldn't be walking, peoples. She wouldn't be walking. See that? All right, so let's go. So and then help me to make this make sense, people. See, this is the thing that I'm going to battle all of you. Why is it that this girl at supposedly about 2 something is walking the halls of the establishment by herself. No effing body around. Where's the friends? Where's the friends? So nobody was supposed to have noticed that Kanika was missing. Really? So everybody is all up in where were they? Were they at Irene's live? Were they in TY's live? Were they roaming the halls of that establishment? What the F was they doing? Because I can't see a girl being solo bolo walking the halls of that establishment, and then none of these people who she came with is down in the halls with her. I don't believe that, peoples. I don't believe that. My mind can't even process no madness like that, peoples. I said my mind cannot process madness like that, peoples. It just can't process madness like that, peoples. So help me to make that make sense. It doesn't. And that's why you can't help me, because it doesn't. A whole goddamn hotel, and nobody's around. Whole goddamn hotel and nobody's around. Really, peoples? Come on now. Give me an effing break with this. Give me a effing break with this, peoples. Whole goddamn hotel, and she's the only one down in the hallway. No maintenance guy, no beverage manager, no security, nobody, no staggers. Nobody's around. She's just the only one walking the halls of this establishment. And y'all think that she's walking all down here all by herself, peoples? Give me a effing break with this bullshit. If you really believe this shit, give me an effing break with this. A whole hotel with thousands of people in it in any given night, and one lone wolf, one lone sheep has left the flock and walking the halls of that establishment, and nobody sees her. Come on, people. Now, that's some Willie popcorn nonsense. All right, so now let's look. Now her breast is bulging out. She's knocking up against the walls and stuff. Bouncing up against the wall. But did you see the watch, people? She has on the watch. The black watch, not the gray watch. There you see, it's a black watch, peoples. It's not Kanika. The watch is black. Look at the watch, peoples. The watch is black. You can see the black band right there. And you can see the reflection. It's a black watch. Kanika did not wear a black watch. Kanika wore a gray watch, which clearly, again, shows you it wasn't Kanika walking the halls of this establishment. Now she goes from one end to the other. So, peoples, wait a minute. Why didn't the time ever change? I mean, shit. It's still 2:25. Why didn't the time change? It was 2:25 when she was back there by the elevator, by the ramp. Now she's walking down the hall, and then she's over here coming into a new hall, and it's still 2:25. Really, peoples? Now we got a little bit more color in her attire. The jacket got darker and the jeans got darker, peoples. Because remember, earlier it was faded. See that? Faded jacket. See how the faded jacket is? Look at that. Look at the jacket. It's faded. Look at the jeans. It's faded. Now, when we get to this scene right here, look how dark the jacket is. See? Look how dark that is. Jacket is dark. The jeans is dark. You see that, right? The jacket is dark and the jeans is dark. Come on. So look at that, peoples. So she's bouncing all over the place. And she's the only one at in the party that can afford some Jordans. $300 to $500 Jordans. She's the only one out the party that can afford some Jordans. I'm surprised that they didn't take her shoes. You know, those shoes cost about $300 to $500, peoples. Okay, I'm gonna turn up the music because that's just I don't like all of that stuff. Now the time finally changed and she on a different hall. Now she's gonna go all the way down, and now the other camera captures her, and she's walking down the hall. So you go from one extent of the hall to the other extent of the hall. Nobody's around. So this is the lower level, peoples. Nobody's around. Now she looks up, and this photo is edited big time, people's heavenly edited. It's edited. Look at that. Look at the face and stuff. See that? It's heavenly edited because they didn't want you to see the actor that is playing Kanika. Don't nobody's face look like that. And she's looking directly in the camera, peoples. She's looking directly in the camera. So they would have been able to identify the person who's playing Kanika. There it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. This photo, this video is heavenly edited. Because peoples, if you're looking directly in the camera, you're right there directly in the camera. Why is the video so distorted? Because it's the bullshit and madness of the Crown Plaza that did not want you to see the real deal. Come on, peoples. You know, get a grip and understand some things. It wasn't Kanika. It wasn't Kanika, peoples. All right. I'm just walking it down, people. So I'm just walking it down. Now, if you got a rebuttal, you know, come on to my live and talk to me. But I'm just walking it down. Now we're going to the kitchen. So help me to make this make sense, peoples. If she got into the kitchen on the lower level, did she go down Shandell Lane in order to get into this particular kitchen, peoples? Because see, it's amazing to me. They don't even show you the full and complete trajectory of how to get into this lower level kitchen. And when Jay Money was supposed to had came down here and looking around and stuff, how in the hell did Jay Money know exactly this is the spot to where she was supposed to have been when they never released the video footage at the time to when they allowed them to come to the establishment? Okay, so you didn't hear what I said. I said that TM them never seen the video footage because it wasn't released yet when they came to speak to the people. So how in the F did Jay Money know that this was one of the areas to where she was supposed to have came to? Now, I hear the stupid people say, oh, well, he was just walking around and stuff. And people, so you can walk around the goddamn establishment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this was the exact spot that you know that she came to. if you never seen the video footage? How did he know and he never seen the video footage? How I know? Because because Lenore had told you. Lenore had told you. She has 5 videos, but she has 5 videos of the people at the establishment, the kids. But she didn't have no videos of any surveillance. Because remember, they were fighting for that. They were fighting for that. And they didn't get it quickly, peoples. See, you guys be forgetting what is the chain of command and what's happening here, peoples. You forget what's the chain of command. Because see, the thing is, they didn't give the video footage immediately. They didn't give it immediately because it was handed over to Target for processing. See, remember, the video footage was downloaded on a thumb drive and taken to Target for editing. Now, if out of transparency, shit, why did you have to take it to Target for editing? I mean, shit, if it's on a goddamn thumb drive, all you had to do is just make another thumb drive and give it to the family, give it to the attorney, give it to whoever and things. I mean, shit, all you're doing is just transposing image to a thumb drive. A thumb drive is just like a miniature hard drive. All you're doing is just transferring the data from one to the other. No biggie. No biggie. It didn't take no special processing or anything. Because out of transparency, peoples, the copy that was on a thumb drive, and see, a thumb drive is just like a blank hard drive. It's nothing until you incorporate it with something. It's just like an empty balloon. You fill it with information. Well, a balloon, you fill it with water, or you fill it with hot air, or you fill it with helium. However you fill it, that's what it becomes, peoples. So an empty hard drive is nothing until you copy the data from the server to the thumb drive. And the thumb drive, what type of thumb drive was they using? Because, you know, the thumb drive doesn't really hold that much data. So they said 36 hours of video footage. So that would have taken at least what, 21 to 23 gigabytes of data, you know, if that, but I know it was somewhere around in there. And see, the files is so compressed that, yeah, it wouldn't have filled up the thumb drive because it's so compressed. And 36 hours is not that much video footage. It ain't nothing but a day and a half. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? It ain't nothing but a day and a half. But 36 hours of what? When there's key things in the video that they had omitted. That's why they took it down, so that they can edit it, because they didn't want you to see certain things. See, if this was just a pure, clear, run-of-the-mill, okay, well, wherever she walked, she was captured on video camera. We can track her in completeness, in wholeness, and keep the continuity of her whereabouts throughout the establishment, peoples. Well, then it wouldn't have been no reason or no need to have it edited. But they didn't do that. They gave you clips of where she was going. And they developed the narrative. See, there's something that in the interview that TM said, that TM said that was a stark contrast to all of this. And I'm going to show you the live. I'm going to show you the live. TM said that they said that they never had to deal with an attorney. They never had to deal with an attorney. This is the first time they had to deal with an attorney. And why didn't they have to ever deal with an attorney? Because for the simple fact they've been paying people off right and left. They've been doing this shit forever and a day. But TM did not accept that. Do you understand what I'm saying? TM did not accept that. You see? And so peoples, they've been doing this shit forever and a day, and they've been getting away with it. But with TM's case, this was the first time that they ever had to deal with an attorney. And it was because of that peoples. It's how they threw themselves under the bus. Because they just told on themselves. They just told on themselves, peoples. First time that they're dealing with an attorney. Why is it the first time they're dealing with an attorney? Because they've been doing this shit forever and a day, and they've been getting away with it. And these are the things that I've been trying to tell you people, but you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. But that is okay, peoples, because see, I am telling you, you ain't got to believe me, but I know what I'm saying. Because she said it. And common sense will dictate it to you, peoples. Now, let's look at this, peoples. Okay. She walks in the kitchen. She comes on this side. And then she walks on the other side of the kitchen. And now she comes out. And remember, peoples, when she comes out of those double doors, she was supposed to be coming down Shandell Lane. Why didn't we see her walk down Shandell Lane, peoples? And why did it skip from 225 to 329? Shit, that's over an hour she's been walking. So she's been walking over an hour, peoples. She ain't never stopped once to go and dip and tip and relieve herself. Never tipped over and turned on a sink and stuff and sprayed some water upon her, or even drank any water. I know she has to be goddamn thirsty. Walking for over an hour and nobody sees nothing, peoples. Come on, don't peoples, don't play with my intelligence. You know, it's just stupid to even think that this girl had walked for over an hour all by her lonesome down on a lower level, just roaming. That shit doesn't make no sense. I said it, the shit doesn't make no sense, peoples. And for you to sit up here and believe that this woman had just walked around for a whole damn hour with no water, not sat down not once, not pee-peed or even boo-boo, not even Earl or anything, but yet she just keeps walking and walking and walking. And you guys believe this bullshit that she had walked for over a damn hour. That is so damn stupid to me, peoples. My logic just can't even, I can't even phantom it in my brain. A whole hour. So it's 3:29. Where in the was the kids? Was they still up there crunking? Was they still drinking? Was they still smoking? Was they still effing? They were doing something. Where were they? a lone sheep all over this establishment. Now, you guys had said that there was somebody down there guiding her and all like this and stuff. Well, who in the F was guiding her, peoples? Who? Who in the F was guiding her? Who? Because if they was guiding her, why would they be having her run all out from Shandell Lane, out the double doors, out from an employee's area, walking down a little hallway like this and stuff, when all she had to do was just go right around the corner and she could have took the escalator and went right up there by the visibility bar and would have been to safety. She would have been to safety, peoples. Or even walked up the stairs. But she didn't even have to walk up the stairs. All she had to do is just walk down, straight down the other way. Because just adjacent, had she made that left right there and walked down the hall, she would have been right there by the escalator that would have took her up to the main level. So you saying that somebody's down there guiding her. Who is guiding her? And why would they be guiding her all over the establishment? Hey girl, come this way. Come this way. Come this way. No. Come this way. If somebody was guiding her, peoples, in her body language, her head would have been tilted up. Her ears would have been attentive to the sound or whoever was saying. She would have had the appearance that she was listening to somebody or looking at somebody. That never happened. She never gave that appearance, peoples. So all of this is fluff and stuff because, see, they wanted to make it seem like she was really out of her mind and drunk and stuff. But what happened to Kanika didn't happen with her walking the halls of that establishment, peoples. This is folklore. This is the bullshit that they tell you that they want you to believe. Something else happened to Kanika Jenkins. Because as I've shown you in the other video, it was stated that the trainee that was all over the establishment had saw Kanika down on the lower level down here with several guys. And she tried to tell the police and TM, but they shrugged that person off. But that person ended up getting arrested with the young man who had looked into the camera that was in there with the mortician. I don't know what they did, but they got arrested. But she tried to tell the truth and tell what happened for what she seen. She seen. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, I don't believe this bullshit and nonsense that this young lady was walking all around the establishment and nobody seems to know where she is, but yet the she has said that she had found her down on the lower level in the rear with several guys, meaning those were the gang members who had commandeered her and end up raping her with the broomstick. Yeah, she was raped, peoples. She was raped. She was raped several times. And she was left to be dead by the dock area. And then that's where the hotel came in. Because remember, they thought that she was dead, but she wasn't dead. And they picked her up and they put her in the freezer. Because that's what they do. They're into organ harvesting and human trafficking. They wasn't going to let this girl go. She was prey to them. She was prey. The Mike and all of them, they had their way with her. And they did the most unthinkable thing. See, this is the thing that TM don't want to tell you. Because she already knows that had any of this stuff got out, oh man, many of her family members would have been killed. But the silent killer got revenge because all of those boys who had did something to Kanika is dead. Is dead. And look at Shemaiah. Shemaiah got shot in the head. Look at her brother. Her brother got killed. But ain't nothing happened to Irene. Ain't nothing happened to Monifa. Ain't nothing happened to Bree. And Bree, you don't even hear from this very day. But Bree cried her heart out. Why is that? Bree, what did you know and when did you know it? Oh, you knew. You knew. Yeah, you knew. TM, she knew. Lenore, she knew. But Kanika was the sacrificial lamb. And so it was best not to say nothing, or you're going to be next. Well, that's true, people. It's because remember what TM said. My daughter didn't die in a manner to which you guys think. So she wasn't going to say nothing. Shit. Whatever Kanika did, the gangs got justice. They beat her ASS big time. And they RAPED'd her and left her for dead. Because if they didn't, why did the trainees say that she had saw her down on the lower level with several men? So if you're down on the lower level with several men and nobody knows where you are, what do you think that these people was doing? They're going to either beat the F out of you or they're going to beat the F out of you and rape you. That's why they got killed. Because if they didn't do anything, then they wouldn't have anything to worry about. And Mike had said the very next day, anybody who speaks is the cops. Meaning that if you rat, you're going to get jacked. Bottom line. So did nobody rat. So only Shemaiah got jacked. See that, peoples? Shemaiah got jacked. Man got racked. And all of the other people who he was affiliated with got racked. And a couple of guys got spared because they went to jail. But vengeance was served, peoples. And so if nothing happened to Kanika, well then why did France Kabe and all of them people had to sign NDAs? Non-disclosure agreements. Don't you dare say anything. And then they got them out of Dodge. They got them out of Dodge. They got France Kabe. They got they got the housekeeper. Shit, man, they got rid of everybody. And then they paid TM hush money. And then they probably threatened her and say, B, don't you ever say nothing. Because if you do, we know where you are. So go ahead and take your little money and look stupid and call it the day. She ain't fooling nobody. She ain't fooling nobody. Because Lenore knew, TM knew. She knew. She knew exactly what happened to Kanika. She knew, peoples. And there was no question about that she knew. Because of the things that she was saying. See? See, this is why I said, people's, it's only certain things in this case that I said that I agree with TM and that she's innocent upon. But other things, oh no, no, people's, I have reservations. I can't give her a full pass like that, you know, because she has to answer to some other things. I said she has to answer to other things, peoples. So, yeah, that's what it is, peoples. All right, so let's take a look at this, peoples. So she's walking down the hall. But let me stop right here for a moment. Let me stop right here for a moment, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play this other video. I'm going to play this other video right here, just this little segment right there, peoples. Let me play this other video so you can hear. Listen to what is being said, peoples.
Internet would refer to him as the morgue guy because he was seen handling the body in the kitchen with the police. But when everyone left the room, he would turn to the camera, staring at it in a very ominous, and some would say suspicious manner. And what makes this individual even more interesting is that he would later be arrested with someone else who was connected with the case. The trans individual who was trying to talk to the police on the night that they were questioning Kanika's mom, when she was trying to tell the officers that she seen Kanika on the bottom floor with a group of guys.
Bingo. She's seen Kanika on the bottom floor with a group of guys. Now let's go back to the video. So she's seen Kanika on the bottom floor, and this person is supposed to be on the bottom floor, but where's the group of guys? See, this is how you know this is bullshit. Because whatever happened to Kanika happened to Kanika, and this heifer right here that's playing Kanika ain't shit happen. The trainee had tried to tell Teresa Martin and the police that she saw Kanika on the bottom level with a group of guys. That's what she said. She saw Kanika on the bottom level with a group of guys. So if you're on the bottom level with a group of guys and don't nobody know where the F you are, what do you think is going to happen, peoples? They're not down there playing hopscotch and tiddlywinks. They're not playing jumping jacks. Peoples. If she was working with them, she wouldn't be wanting to tell what she's seen. But she's telling them what she's seen. Peoples. She's telling them what she's seen. So told him that she was down there on the lower level with a group of guys. And she wanted to tell the police, but they brushed her off. Wanted to tell TM, but she brushed her off. TM, why in the hell did you brush her off? Oh, yeah, I believe that. I believe she brushed her off. And it's in the case files, peoples, of what this person tried to tell TM and the police. But nobody wanted to listen, just like you all don't want to listen to me. You ain't making no sense with the various things that you're saying, but yet you don't want to listen to me. You don't want to listen to me. So where is the guys? Well, the guys is not here because this is not Kanika. She said, I seen your daughter down on the lower level with a group of guys. And what did Andrew Holmes say? Andrew Holmes never said that Kanika made it up to the upper level, but everything that he referenced was referencing the lower level. So how in the F did Kanika get to the upper level? She never did. She never did, peoples. She never made it to the upper level. Let me tell you what happened to Kanika. Let me tell you right here, people. This is what happened to Kanika. Because she never made it. She didn't walk, but she was carried. And this is what they said in the beginning, peoples. This is what they said in the beginning. Was Kanika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff. What did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kanika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. Was Kanika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people? Chat.
That's what they said from the beginning.
Come on, Tiff. What did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kanika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are truth fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They did not find her in the freezer, but they found her in the rear in the dock area. That's what they said in the beginning, peoples. They found her in the rear in the dock area. And so peoples, just like the young man had said, that the trainee had said that she saw the young lady, Kanika Jenkins, downstairs on the lower level with a group of guys. What did I always tell you, peoples? I've always told you that the gang members had Kanika Jenkins. And that's why she had stated, "Why you do me this way? While y'all do me this way?" She's asking a question. And then she started to cry. And then the guy said, "Get that broomstick." And they took the broomstick and they assaulted Kanika. They rammed the broomstick up her anus, peoples. And that's why you see all of the bloody sheets, because the assault of Kanika Jenkins happened in the laundry room. The assault happened in the laundry room, peoples. That's why you see all of those bloody sheets up there and things in the laundry room. Kanika was left on the dock area for the establishment to go ahead and do what they were going to do. And she was carried to the freezer. I've already told you that Kanika got assaulted many times. Many times. And at the point in time to when Kanika had died, peoples, that's when they no longer took those pictures. They took those pictures almost immediately after Kanika died, peoples. Now, the people, you guys can't still tell me whether or not that was Kanika Jenkins on the gurney. Because remember, and Gina, to you, had brought this up. Now, if Kanika had died and she was supposed to have been dead in a freezer and frozen solid and stuff, well, when they brought the body out, that body was limber. That body was flexible. So where did rigor mortis sit in? Because peoples, I've always thought that rigor mortis sits in, and especially over a period of time, if the body had sat for a day or two. So how could the girl die the night before? Rigor mortis is supposed to set in, and she was supposed to be stiff, but yet the guy can just lift up her head. Just so freely. Just lift up her head, put the thing down there, and then rest her head down on there. Really? Really, peoples? Come on now. Come on. Come on now. People's, science doesn't lie. And sometimes it just takes these little simple little questions for you to try to answer. So help me to make that make sense. How in the hell could this person be so limber when she was supposed to be frozen solid? How? Well, the only thing I can think of, people, is simply this: one of two things. Either that wasn't Kanika on that gurney, because none of the other pictures match that. Because how are you going to go from a freezer picture to be then composed on a gurney, but then at a funeral home, you're looking just as if you just died? Bullshit. So one of two things, peoples. Either they took those pictures while they was in a freezer, staged her body on a gurney to make it look like she was at a funeral home, put her back in there, and at the time to when TM was supposed to come and identify that body, she is decomposed. But I can assure you, peoples, Kanika Jenkins never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. Not Kanika Jenkins. Because, see, the thing is, peoples, there is a thing called chain of command. And there is a thing that tells you where the body was going. But see, Kanika never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. Kanika's body went to the Resurrection Hospital, but never made it to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, peoples. She never did. She never did. And I'm gonna tell you how I know this, because there is a little thing that you can track from when Roland Weiss, when they were down there to retrieve the body, that there are some things that you can do to track where that body went. And Resurrection Hospital wasn't nothing but just about 7.1 miles from the Crown Plaza. Short distance. And on the paperwork, it stated that the body was seen at the Resurrection Hospital and not the Cook County Medical Examiner's office. And it never stated any tattoos that Kanika had, any scars that Kanika had, because she had tattoos and she had a scar upon her mouth, peoples. You seen it, but they never indicated that upon the paperwork. Now, you can't tell me that people is just so goddamn sloppy with paperwork that they can't fill out these medical forms in its entirety. They've been doing this shit forever and a day, people. So they can do this like the back of their hand. But see, also on the medical form, peoples, they never said that she was frozen, but she had color. So you can't be frozen solid and still have color in your capillaries, in your skin, peoples, in your face. You can't be frozen and still have pigmentation in your skin. It's just not going to happen, peoples. It's not going to happen. And when those pictures was taken, if that girl was left in that freezer for any length of time, she would have been gray ashen. But she wasn't gray ashen. I've shown you a real true body that was frozen and that they had thawed out and brought that person back to life in real life. But this person wasn't frozen solid, peoples. And on the paperwork, it didn't say that she was gray ashen. It said that she had color. So what is that indicative of, peoples? It means that the blood was still warm in her veins when they took those pictures, peoples. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, peoples. You know, why do you guys sit here and literally don't even do your homework? I mean, that is science 101. Science 101, peoples. The paperwork didn't lie because the paperwork told the truth. But see, the thing is, the paperwork was telling you what the condition of the body was. But the autopsy, that's why when they had the second autopsy, nothing was revealed, because the first autopsy, they already cleaned the body. She was cleaned at Resurrection Hospital. And so when TM had sought to have a second autopsy done, nothing was revealed. But see, I surmise, people, that TM already knew what happened to Kanika in the beginning. And she didn't want to say anything. She didn't want to say nothing. And so that's why she had asked for the second autopsy. That's my theory, peoples. That's my theory because I can't see it no other way. I can't see it no other way. I can't see how they say that she didn't have no semen, no bruises, no nothing on the autopsy report. But I'm looking at the autopsy. I'm looking at the body. I'm like, well, shit. What does it say about the tattoos? What did it say about the scars? And so it has already been stated that Kanika Jenkins was 135 pounds, but the person was shorter and stockier, 165 pounds, and shorter than the person who you see here walking the halls of that establishment. So, how do you get the weight and the height wrong, peoples? Really, come on, think about that shit for a moment. And I get it. I get it. You know, you got the people who's going to argue that point and stuff. But see, okay, so you want to argue that point, so argue every other point that I have been making throughout this live for the whole entire night. So don't just stick with one little thing. I need you to answer all of the questions that I have been posing to you, and then show me your receipts. See, you want to get sassy over one little thing, and then you want to go and go all the way off the rocker with that shit. But it doesn't faze me one bit because in my eyes, you are stupid. You're stupid. And that's all I had to say about you. You're stupid. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, you stupid. So, I mean, what? What is it that you want me to say? What you want me to say? You stupid? Okay, you stupid. Because the shit doesn't make no sense. So it's amazing to me how you can sit up here and you want to try to battle me and tell me what you're saying is actual, factual, and true and shit, but yet you can't even produce not one receipt of anything of any doctor saying the contrary. No medical, no medical research or case study or anything to validate your point. All it is just your hot breath just telling me what you feel. That shit doesn't work with me. It doesn't work for me. Everything that I have been explaining people, I have been showing you. And I've been taking this thing step by step by step. And then I have been applying not only science, but common sense. Some shit that many of you don't have. You don't have, peoples. So then my question is simply this. Well, if this goddamn girl was walking the halls of that establishment, where in the fuck was the people? Where in the goddamn is all of the friends and everybody who was supposed to be concerned about her? They didn't give a fuck. You know why they didn't give a fuck? Because she violated the protocol. She's an op. She changed gangs like it was water. She was messing with Rico. Rico got her in that gang. But that wasn't the original gang. She was the setup queen, as they said. You heard what Shemaya had said. You're an op. And you go and you tell upon people. And she said that on national TV in her room. Why did Kanika sleep with a knife in her bedroom? Because Shania was show brandishing a knife. Why? What was she scared for her safety? You know? Was she, peoples? Common sense, peoples. Which is not so goddamn common. If the trainee had said that, and the trainee did say that, she was downstairs with a group of guys, what the fuck do you think that means, peoples? and nobody else in the room is saying anything because Mike had said, if anybody talk, they are the police. So why is he saying that? Because he did something. That's why he's saying that. He did something. If anybody talk, is they the police. Why would he have to say that if nothing happened? So if you squill, we coming after you. But see, the thing is, he's got his justice because they took him out. Him and all of those deviant, devilish devils that did the deeds to Kanika Jenkins. Kanika Jenkins, peoples. That's why they're not here. See, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to put 2 and 2 together. 2 and 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, peoples. That's mathematics. That's the equation right there. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But some people don't know how to add because some people think that 2 plus 2 equals 3. Well, you're missing one. You're missing one. So something up there is loose. You need to screw it back into place. Get some functionality up there and then understand something and learn something. What are you doing? What are you thinking of? He told you that if anybody talks, they are the police. If anybody talk, you are the blue. If anybody talk, you are 911. And that's an emergency, peoples. If anybody talk, what is the other word for cop? Is rat. The people hate cops. They don't like cops. Because cops do sneaky, devious, and devilish and demonic things. So if you're going to be labeled a snitch, you're going to be in a ditch. But they said we got that, yeah, that's what they said. And that's what they did. And they did it to Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Anybody talks is the police. It ain't no reason in saying that if nothing happened. Let's look at this, peoples. Let's go. Now from here, she's supposed to be walking down Shendown Lane. Where did she go? Why isn't it that she's not on video surveillance camera no longer? And then all of a sudden, just in the next segment, it transitions from here to where she has to go all through the employees lounge and all like this, walk down Shendown Lane, walk down the halls and stuff, walk up a steep of stairs, or even take the freight elevator up to this level, right out the freight elevator, and then walk into this kitchen. Because the only way that she's going to get up there so quickly, peoples, because see, the thing is, the only way to get to this level is you take the freight level or you take the freight elevator up. That's the only way you're going to get up there quickly. Because if not, you have to take the stairs. She was in a condition, as you can see, to be taking some stairs. Or she could have taken the stairs, because I don't believe that this person is really hooshed up on anything. So think about that for one moment. The only way that you're going to get to the upper level is either take the stairs, take the freight elevator, or walk all the way down the hall and around and through past the front desk. Come around the long hallway, because you remember when Lenora was describing how to get to the kitchen. We had to walk down the hall. We had to turn down this door. We had to walk down the hall. We had to turn down this door. We had to walk down the hall, and all like this and stuff. Well, just think what this person would have had to do if she tried to get to this upper level kitchen, because the only way to get up there quickly is to take the shortcut, the stairs or the elevator. Simple. There's no other way, peoples. There's no other way to get up there so quickly. So now we transition from here all the way to now we don't see no other video footage other than she is walking into the trajectory of a freezer. Bullshit. You are goddamn stupid if you believe this bullshit. Look at this, peoples. Come from the lower level to the main level, and then all of a sudden, this is the next exact clip that you see. You don't see anything else. Where is the goddamn video footage? Where's the continuity? Think for one moment, peoples. Goddamn it, open up your goddamn mind. And look what's happening. I'm a fucking videographer, photographer. I'm saying, how did she get to here? Because you don't see no other video footage of her in Chandel Lane, peoples. So, goddamn it, put in your thinking caps and think for one moment. See, you guys just accept any bullshit and nonsense that they say. They devise all of this stuff so you can think that, oh yeah, this happened. And let's just accept this. Kanika walked herself in a freezer and she laid down and died. Bullshit! Bullshit, peoples. Fucking think for one moment. Look what happened. It transitioned from her being on the lower level down there supposedly by herself to all of a sudden in the next snap of a finger. Abracadabra, hocus pocus, meekus weekus, I'm here. I arrived. All I had to do was just twiddle my nose and snap my finger, and I am here. Oh my God, people's boy. If this doesn't show you the bullshit and the nonsense that they have did, I don't even know what to tell you. I don't even know how I can even begin to continue to keep explaining this to lame people. Peoples, look, this is a goddamn clip. So, and I don't even have the time, people, to even go through the trajectory of how to get from here to up there. I don't even feel like going through showing you the pictures and stuff in the trajectory of how she had to navigate in order to get upstairs. I don't have the time tonight, peoples. I really don't. I don't have the time. Because if you can't envision this right now, and I'm sitting here and I'm trying to educate you, because I'm trying to walk this thing down, I'm trying to talk to you, I'm trying to tell you bullshit of what they goddamn say. How in the fuck is she going to get from the lower level to the upper level in just a snap of a finger? Look, peoples, it transitions from here to here. But it's a whole navigational pattern or path that she has to take in order to get to the upper level kitchen, peoples. And then even when she get up here, she walk in the trajectory of the freezer, and then the video blinks out. And then everybody is up in awe. Oh, well, she walked herself in the freezer. You goddamn stupid. You are more stupid than the people who said she ain't never came to the establishment. So if she never came to the establishment, if she was at the Marriott or if she was at the Doubletree, why in the fuck did Crown Plaza spend $10 million to settle a case if she was never at the establishment? Peoples, goddamn it, think! If she was never at the establishment, why would they spend $10 million? And she never came to the establishment. And you guys sit up here and listen to these stupid ass content creators who gave you bullshit and nonsense for years. And you still listening to a sucker, Trey Gay, the thunder ass. That every goddamn day he is making money off your ignorance and your stupidity. And you are allowing that to happen. Peoples, I'm trying to educate the people. But see, some people just can't be educated because some people just don't have the wherewithal, the knowledge and experience to understand the simplest little thing that I'm saying. And I'm just trying to walk this shit down, peoples. I'm just trying to make it so goddamn plain and clear that even a bunny rabbit can understand. Peoples, look at the transition right here. Soon as I press the button, it fades out, and then all of a sudden she appears right there in the upper level kitchen. Think about that for one moment. That's just how quick they can make you think that, oh yeah, she was running. She was running a goddamn marathon. And that's how she got up to the upper level kitchen. Shit. See, people, if you watch this over and over and over and over and over again, you will start to believe this bullshit. No, people. No. I gotta do this girl some justice. Let me do this, people. Let me do this. Okay, so now let me go here, peoples. Let me go here. Because we're gonna stop right there and we're gonna go here, peoples. Let me call up these pictures because I have to. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't talk about it. All right, peoples, look, this is the trajectory right here. So all right. See that, peoples? So she's on the lower level. This is the main level where the dock area is. This is an employee's little area because you can tell by the benches right here. You see that, right? Not to necessarily say that she's been in here, but where she was going was on the other side because you see there's the stairs right there. She didn't walk in here. She walked adjacent to the stairs right there where you see the stairs right there. You see that, right? So she didn't walk in here. See, this is the outside of what I just shown you. And this double door leads you into that big room right there. See that? Now, the only way that she could have gotten up here is right here, peoples. It's the freight elevator, which you will have to have a key in order to operate the freight elevator, or she take the stairs. See that? There's the stairs right there. Or she walks all the way down the hall, Chandel Lane. Because remember, she's below this area. She's below this area. Okay. See, this is the outside of where she would have walked in. So she wouldn't have been able to get up here just that quickly unless she took the stairs or she took the freight elevator, peoples. So there's only two ways to get here. It's only two ways. Because this is the rear by the dock area. This is the end of this is the end. It ain't nowhere else to go. The only way to get in here is from where I just shown you, the freight elevator or the stairs. That's it. Or from that open space. But she would still had to walk down Shandell Lane in order to get up to this area, peoples. And see, this is an effing freezer that she was supposed to have been found in. And then there she is right there. Now, Brazy Certified World Media had said that if she opened up the door to the cooler, how in the fuck did she get into the freezer? Because the cooler door do not close on its own and lock into place, peoples. So if she opened up this door and walked in, then she had to immediately turn and open up that door to walk in. But see, the thing is, and see, this is where I fight the people, because you guys say, well, if she walked in there and stuff, well, then guess what, people? If she walked in there, she could have walked out of there. If she had enough sense to avoid beams and countertops and stuff like that, but then goddamn it, she had enough sense to open up a goddamn door and then to push a little thing to get out. She wasn't that so-called inebriated to. She had enough sense to walk and avoid things. So she had enough sense to understand, hey, I can't walk through walls, so I got to avoid things that's in my way. So she opens up the door. She's in the cooler. How in the fuck did she make it to the freezer, people? What, she just only immediately open up the door and walk herself in and then just stand around? Okay, I'm in the freezer, so I don't even know how the fuck I'm going to get out of here. But I had enough strength to open up these heavy doors, because those doors is heavy, peoples. And if the freezer and the cooler is on, there is compression in the freezer and cooler. And so it's going to take, just like TM said, you're going to have some strength to pull that sucker open because it's under pressure. You think she had that strength to pull the door open, peoples? Because it's under pressure. You seen what TM's illustration was. You will have to pull. And it may not take that much strength, peoples, but it was taking enough strength to pull both doors open, because again, both doors is under pressure because the cooler is on and the freezer is on. And regardless of whether it was on high or low, it still is on, and the pressure is under pressure. It's under pressure. So how in the hell did she walk herself in there? She's in the cooler. And why would she want to go and open up a second door to walk herself in the freezer? I mean, just thinking about that just pisses me off, people, because stupid people just don't get it. You can't even visualize this shit. I can't even visualize it. Even a goddamn drunk person that ain't on no pyramid and stuff have enough sense not to go ahead and walk themselves into a goddamn freezer. Come on, people. Give the girl some goddamn credit. Why in the fuck would she want to walk herself in a freezer? And if it was paradoxical undressing people's, she would have took off all of her clothes, not just the shoe, not just unzip her pants. And if it's paradoxical undressing, shit, why would she just pull her pants just somewhat down, people's, and just pull her breasts out? Oh, I gotta cool down. Really? She would have ripped off everything, people's. Not just slightly pull down her pants and then slip off a shoe and then expose her breasts and then lay down and say, "Okay, you guys come find me. I'm here. I'm good. I'm gonna cool down, but I'm gonna lay down and I'm gonna die." You stupid! To even think for one moment that this girl was able to get up to that upper level from that lower level just like that with a snap of a goddamn finger. I'm trying to teach you something, people. So I'm trying to get you to visualize some things and stuff because the shit that you guys are thinking is stupid. This is crazy. And it pisses me off to think that stupid people, even the stupid people, believe the stupid madness. Visuals, people. That's why I'm walking this thing down. Visualize it for one moment. Oh my God, peoples, man. Let's walk this thing. To think that she laid herself in here and laid down and died is just crazy to me. Look at that. So she's going to pull her pants down just a little bit. She's going to pull her pants down just a little bit, and they call that paradoxical undressing. Really, peoples? And look at her feet. It's still color in her feet, and then they're over here taking pictures. How fucking long? Because there was an ice cube that was under her toe that had melted. It was solid, then it melted, and then it turned to a solid puddle of water. And look at her feet. There is still color in her feet. Look at that, peoples. And so she's been there for any length of time. Oh, peoples, come on. That blood would have turned into scab. It would have been crusty. If the freezer was on, that it wouldn't have been wet. It would have been crusty. It would have been dry blood. It ain't dry blood. It ain't dry plasma. Peoples, the wound on her ankle, on her shin, peoples. Look at that. That's fresh. But the most tall telling thing, peoples, is the goddamn ice that was under her toe that many of you still can't, till to this day, can't even process. God damn it, peoples, let me show you what the fuck I am talking about. Because these are the stupid asses who took the picture. And then the stupid asses believed it. Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you. Okay. Let me show you, peoples. See, I have to just take my time and walk this thing down because, see, stupid people just don't understand. Stupid people. Stupid people. They don't understand people. And so you got to walk this shit down so they can understand some shit. I mean, just the shit that they did alone is enough to say this is murder and this is not no fucking accident. Don't you ever come to me and tell me, oh, well, it was an accident. It was an accident. Peoples, shut the fuck up. Give me a goddamn break with that bullshit. Fucking accident. Look, look, peoples. Look at these boopers. Look how her breast is hanging down. Hanging down. Right here, peoples. The breast. Literally hanging down. Hanging. And those balls, those watermelons. Look at the breast, peoples. These goddamn things is hanging down. But when the girl got off the elevator, those cantaloupes was bulging, not hanging. Peoples, look at this. Look at this thin broad right here. And y'all call this girl Kanika. Give me a goddamn break, peoples. Look at this thin ass body right here. And y'all call this Kanika. Does she fucking look like Kanika, peoples? Really? You guys are goddamn stupid. This ain't Kanika. Oh my God, man. It ain't Kanika. But stupid people believes it's Kanika. Look at all of these different body styles and sizes and stuff. Look at that, peoples. Y'all see that? The girls is thick. And y'all say, oh no, it's the camera angles and stuff. Peoples, it ain't no fucking camera angles. These girls is thick. Look how thick they are. I want to go back to the picture or the video of when the girl walked in. Look how much of hair is hanging behind her head. And then it was a little thin strand of hair. It was a little thin strand of hair that was hanging behind the head. Look at these broad shoulders and stuff. Look how thick this girl is. Look how big the head is and stuff. And y'all say that little heifer that was in the that was in the room was Kanika, really, peoples? You know, give me a break with this shit. It's crazy. Oh my goodness, people. Let me go through this real quick here. There's the mole. There's the mole. There's the sideburns. And then look at the round oval face. A young Kanika. See that, peoples? That's how you know the difference. And see, I'm not going by the eyebrows because they all the time get their eyebrows arched and everything. So the eyebrows is always going to look different and stuff. But that's a young Kanika. But see, you notice the difference because you see the bags under the eyes and you see the bags under the eyes right there. You see that, right? So, you know. Okay, that's the young Kanika. Look at the lips. Look at the lips. There's the mole. There's the mole. That's Kanika. And look what everybody is doing. Look what Irene is doing. And then look what she's doing. And everybody is mimicking Kanika. See that, right? Now, see that, right? Now, let's look at this person. Let's look at this person right here. Why is she so brighter? And why is it so dark in the goddamn elevator? And look at the face, peoples. Do they remotely look alike, peoples? Y'all say this is Kanika. Do they remotely look alike, peoples? I mean, look at it, peoples. Look at it, peoples. Do they fucking even remotely look alike? And this girl is so goddamn thin. And you look at that body, peoples, and then look at the other bodies that I just shown you. And you guys are telling me this is fucking Kanika, really? You guys are goddamn stupid, peoples. Is that Kanika, peoples? I mean, you come from a light to a very dark picture, really? A very thin person, and those other girls have broad shoulders and stuff. I mean, people, if you can't even understand that these are two, three, four, five, six different girls that's playing Kanika, god damn it, you need your fucking eyes checked. Because if you can't discern or decipher that these are different girls with different body weights and styles and stuff, god damn, people, you are stupid. I really feel sorry for you. Look, peoples. Look. Look at the broad shoulders, and then let's go back and look at her. People's really? Look at the goddamn broad shoulders and big ass, and then let's go back and look at her. What the fuck are you guys are smoking? This is some crazy shit, peoples. I mean, it's crazy shit, but it's some serious shit. It's some real shit that stupid people don't understand. And you say that that's Kanika. You say that this is fucking Kanika. Look at this. This is a silhouette of the person in the hall walking in. And then does that look like this person right here, peoples? I mean, god damn. This is enough to make a person go to the mental ward dealing with some of you suckers that can't even discern or decipher or even process what you're seeing, and then going to sit up here and say some stupid shit. That's enough to make a person blood pressure boil. As much as heavily invested I am with this case, and to hear some stupid people say some stupid shit like this, it is just unconscionable to me. It's crazy. It's crazy, peoples. So let's walk this thing down. Look at that, peoples. Do that fucking look like Kanika? Look at the legs, and look how the stance is. It's a fucking guy. Look at the broad shoulders. Do that look like Kanika, peoples? Kinda like this, and then her face is oval and round, and that's just a silhouette of the person that's in the hallway. And y'all say this is fucking Kanika walking the halls of that establishment, coming into the establishment. Goddamn, people, get some motherfucking binoculars. Was that Tiffany Draper? Or was that a twin? Oh, Tiffany. You know, was that Tiffany Draper, peoples? Right here? Right here? Hmm. That's my friend Tiffany. Okay, so here it is, people. It's right here. Timetable of the death investigation into Kanika Jenkins. All times are approximate. It says Miss Jenkins arrives at the Crown Plaza Hotel, Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel at 5440 North River Road, Rosemont, Illinois, to attend a private party in a hotel room at 113. And so why from 113 to 325? They just jumped. They just jumped. From 113 to 325, okay, Miss Jenkins is seen on closed circuit TV exiting lower level elevator at 325. Well, they said that she exited the elevator at 325. And then several minutes later, Miss Jenkins is last seen on closed circuit TV as she moves through a first level kitchen. People's look, 7 minutes later, how in the fuck did she get from the lower level to the upper level kitchen? The only way that you can do that is if you take the stairs or if you take the elevator. See, peoples, the timetable doesn't lie. This is their account. 7 fucking minutes. It ain't no way to get from the lower level to the upper level without either taking the stairs or taking the freight elevator. Because if you don't do that, then you have to go the long route that Lenora was telling you about when they were walking to the kitchen. You guys remember Lenore saying we had to walk down this hall, we had to go over here and over there, and this and that and the other. So at later on that day at 12:46 p.m. in the afternoon, Ms. Jenkins' sisters arrive at Rosemont Police Station to file a missing persons report. Ms. Jenkins is then entered into a law enforcement database for missing persons. At this time, officers respond to Crown Plaza Hotel to investigate the missing person. Initial information obtained in searches conducted within the Crown Plaza Hotel did not indicate whether or not Ms. Jenkins left the Crown Plaza. Bullshit. What the fuck is the surveillance video cameras for? You motherfuckers could not identify a lone sheep that was supposed to be wandering within the halls of that establishment. And yet you did a what? Walkthrough? What the fuck did you guys do? Peoples, if these people have surveillance video footage, have cameras mounted all everywhere, what in the fuck is good for the cameras? What the fuck is good for the cameras? Because if you can't identify the person quickly on surveillance video camera, what the fuck is the cameras good for? See, all of this vague bullshit and nonsense, peoples. That's all it is. It's vague bullshit and nonsense. It's vague. They purposely did that because they've been doing this shit forever in a day. And they've been getting away with it. They're not going to get away with it now, peoples. I'm educating you people. Because this is bullshit. It's time to cry out. It's time to shut down these deviant, devilish, and demonic suckers who is lying upon this girl. Shut down Trey Gay. That's going to be the new narrative. You guys need to help me shut down Trey Gay and stop putting out this false mantra upon this girl. That's why I'm taking my time tonight to walk this thing down so you guys can see for yourself, because visuals is everything, peoples. Visuals is everything. Open up your goddamn brain and start thinking for one moment. How in the fuck did all of this happen? 7 goddamn minutes and now she's in the first level kitchen. What, did she run a motherfucking marathon? How in the fuck did she get up there, peoples? How did she get up there? And so, peoples, this is why I do what I do, because you have to see it for yourself. Oh, man, peoples, man. It's crazy. I just feel sorry for stupid ass people who can't open up their goddamn minds and see for themselves that several girls played Kanika. Because none of these body and see the thing is, people's, you know something? You do Kanika Jenkins so much injustice, it's just crazy. You shouldn't even think about this goddamn case if you believe all of this bullshit. Because what you're basically saying is, Kanika Jenkins, we don't fucking believe you. We believe the goddamn Rosemont Hotel. You were fucking stupid for what you did. So you believing the hotel is blaming Kanika for what happened to her. That's what you're doing. For you to believe that Kanika Jenkins walked the halls of this establishment, you're fucking saying to Kanika, you're stupid because you put yourself in that situation. and it wasn't Kanika. I have proven that many times over. You can't prove to me that it is. And you refuse to open up your goddamn eyes to see several girls played Kanika. And then if truth be of truth bearer, then help me to make this goddamn it make sense. Because see, I didn't develop the timeline. There's the timeline right there. It's in your goddamn face. This is what they fucking said. But if we go by your timeline, okay, as it stated, Kanika came in at 113. So according to you, you said that she walked off the elevator at about 2 something. Okay, so from 113 to 2 something, that's 1 hour, peoples. 1 fucking hour. And so what was supposed to happen in that 1 fucking hour? You got TY's live, Irene's live. You see how many times Irene went live. I've shown you that Irene had her child in the live. So how the fuck did Kanika get hooched up on to Pyramid and drinking and all like this? And then you take a drink, you take a drink, and then all of a sudden that shit is just gonna work just within 1 hour. That's some potent shit right there, peoples. I mean, goddamn. I didn't know that alcohol can have that type of effect upon anybody in just less than an hour, because that's what the fuck you're telling me. You only got 1 goddamn hour before this girl is walking the halls of that establishment out of her goddamn mind off of what? 1 fucking drink. Really? Do you fucking get drunk off of 1 goddamn drink in less than a goddamn hour? See, peoples, your fucking narrative don't even make sense, because all you gave is 1 fucking hour. And Kanika was supposed to be in the room, laying fuck down, out of her goddamn mind. These people are supposed to be in the room raping her or doing all of this shit. Everybody is supposed to be in the room crunking up and stuff. So they're going to go ahead, come to the room. Okay, well, 1:30. All right, Lenore, I'm ready to go or whatever and stuff, but yet they stay. And so what happens within that golden hour? You have a drink or 2. Are you going to get so goddamn intoxicated in just 1 goddamn hour? How many people be at the bar and they be drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking, and they ain't out, passed out, bent over or anything? So you mean to tell me that Kanika Jenkins can have 1 or 2 drinks and stuff and be the fuck out of her mind within 1 goddamn hour? Because that's what you're telling me. Get the fuck out of here. Because it doesn't matter what else you say, 1 fucking hour you gave for this girl to be in TY's live, Irene's live, lay on the goddamn bed, get the fuck up, and then go and wander some halls of an establishment in 1 fucking hour. Because that's all that you have. From 1:30 to 2:30. And all of that shit was supposed to happen. Peoples, shut the fuck up. One fucking hour. And this girl loses her life. And see, I'm glad that you said it, because you said it. I didn't. You the one who boxed yourself in. So all of this is supposed to happen in one fucking hour. All hell breaks loose in one goddamn hour. Really? Think about that for one moment, peoples. Because you can't have it no other way. That's the timeline right there. There's the timeline right there. There's the timeline right there. 1 hour. All right, peoples. We're going to get into the case files tomorrow. We're going to get into all of this other shit tomorrow and stuff. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. I'm angry. I got to digress. I got to calm myself down because I worked myself up. Because dealing with stupid people, it just makes me angry. 1 fucking hour, and you mean to tell me all of this shit was happening to this girl? That's crazy, peoples. That's crazy. But basically, that's what you're saying. 1 fucking hour, and all hell broke loose with this girl. So tomorrow, let's get on. Let's get into how in the fuck could all of this happen within 1 fucking hour? How? We're gonna read the case files, peoples, and we're gonna time it with the case files. We're going to read the case files and we're going to time it with the case files. And we're going to say, how much time does it take by just the things that they said in the case files? And we're kind of give it a time limit. And then we're going to do a scientific experiment and see what the alcohol concentrate is for a person who is 5'7" or 5'9", however tall that Kanika was supposed to be, according to the report that they said that she was, and how much alcohol did she has to consume before the blood level of a person is supposed to be before you start to get drunk? Is it immediate? Does it take 5 minutes? Does it take 10 minutes? Does it take an hour? Does it take 2 hours? You know, and it's just an assumption, peoples. It's just an assumption. But this is scientific proof of what we need to do to explore that, because the thing is, yeah, we can say whatever and stuff and things. We have to look at the pyramid and how to pyramid would act with alcohol and things, and does it come up on a person immediately? All right, does it take some time? And if so, well then we look at what the people said. Oh well, Kanika was in TY's life, so we look at the actions of the person that was in TY's life. Well, shit, if the girl was out of her head and stuff, you would think that she would be doing some crazy stuff. You'd think she'd be wobbling and things. Was the girl in TY's life wobbling, or was she standing up? Was she coherent? Did we see Kanika and Irene's life? Was she standing up or was she wobbling? Because remember what Irene said. Well, I just don't. That shit doesn't make no sense. Because I don't see my sister staggering drunk, and you see how Irene had went on and wobbled. She wobbled. She wobbled while she was saying, hey, you guys are thinking that my sister is so goddamn out of it. I don't see my sister wobbling. See, people, you got to use your goddamn brain. Was any girl in the goddamn room wobbling? Because if she wasn't wobbling on video footage, why would she be wobbling outside the room? You would think that if the shit was taking effect, she would be wobbling in the room on video footage. But you don't see her wobbling on video footage, peoples. And so if she's not wobbling on video footage, when did the shit take place? And so why did it take place outside the room if that be the case? What was it, up to 59 minutes and 1 minute left, and then all of a sudden it just came up on her and now I'm wobbling? Well, see, according to the case files, Kanika was out in the hallway and she forgot her keys and phone. Well, goddamn it, if she had the knowledge or the understanding to remember that she don't have her keys and phone, what is that telling you? That's telling you, goddamn it, she's coherent. Well, if she didn't have her keys and the phone in the room, how would she have the wherewithal to know that she didn't have the keys in the phone when she didn't have the keys in the phone in the first place? I'm ready to go, but yet I fucking can't drive because I'm so hooshed up. But yet I forgot my goddamn keys and phone in the room. How the fuck was she gonna drive? Where the fuck was she gonna go? You heard what the mama said? Nobody drives my car other than Kanika. So now you telling me Kanika was so goddamn coherent that she can remember that she doesn't have her keys in her phone. Well, where in the fuck did she leave her keys in the phone? Because last I heard, Bree had the goddamn keys and Irene had the goddamn phone. So even if she thought that she left the keys and phone, well, Bree wasn't even fucking around to give her the goddamn keys in the first place. So where in the fuck was she gonna go? Where was she going to go? She didn't have her keys nor her phone. But yeah, all of a sudden she gets in the hallway and oh goddamn, I forgot my keys and phone. So now it takes two people to go and retrieve the keys and phone, and it was stated that they waited 15 fucking minutes. It wasn't like they walked in and walked out. They waited 15 minutes. And then where was she going to go? Where was she going to go? I mean, they're going to get her keys and phone. So, where in the fuck was she going to go? What, she's just going to, okay, well, shit, these bitches taking so long, so let me get out of here. Where in the fuck was she going to go? And why did she leave in the first place? I mean, she ain't got her keys in her phone. So why would she go and roam around the halls when she already knew that her friends went to go get her keys and phone? What sense does that make, people? That doesn't make no goddamn sense to me. If she knew that she left her keys and phone in the room and then the girls went in there and they waited 15 minutes, Where was she going? Oh, I got to get me some air. So what? She had the wherewithal to go walk into the elevator and press the button and go down to the lower level, and then get off the elevator and start roaming around, because it was said that she was trying to find her way. Where was she was trying to find her way to? If she fucking left her keys and phone, where was she trying to find her way to? What, she was going to walk somewhere? She was going to walk home? Peoples, give me a fucking break with the goddamn narrative. That shit don't make no sense. You got fucking Andrew Holmes saying she was trying to find her way. Why in the fuck did she leave in the first place? When, if she knew that she left her goddamn keys and phone in the room, she knew that she couldn't go nowhere. And she wasn't in no condition to drive. So you stuck either way. So you need to go somewhere and lay your ass down and sleep off whatever it is that you're under. But see, that was the play. That was the play. They fucking hooshed her up so she can get fucked. Because remember, the guy said, I'm going to give you $200. I'm going to fuck her before the night is over with. He didn't fuck her in the room while everybody was there. But he got his little pinky stinky wet in an egregious manner. See, people see, you know, I'm just like to keep it real and 100. And I think different than most people because, see, I analyze things and I break things down. And when I break things down, I use just common sense. Where in the fuck was Kanika going to go? Because Andrew Holmes said she was trying to find her way. Trying to find her way where? Why in the fuck did she leave in the first place? To get lost, to try to find her way where? Where was she going? She was in no position to drive. So where was she going? Why was she roaming the halls of that establishment and she knew she couldn't drive nowhere? She knew she was in no condition to drive nowhere. But she had to know she did not have her keys nor her phone. Was that purposely done? So they can get her ass out there into the hallway and so the guys can go ahead and take advantage of her? I mean, shit. Love said that he's seen her. And they left her out there. So why didn't Love say, hey, Kanika, you know, no, you ain't in no condition to be going taking no elevator nowhere. Sit down, baby girl. And then see, listen to all of these goddamn narratives. One narrative said that she was sitting down and she had her head between her legs. And I want to go home. I don't want to be here no more. What the fuck? Okay, so she was in the best position that she can possibly in because sitting down with your head between your legs saved your life. You're not up roaming the halls of that establishment. That's one narrative. The other narrative is that they took her out of the room and then they went back in the room and they waited 15 minutes. So where was she going? What, to just kind of get some air or something? She was in a rush to get where? Because she wasn't going nowhere, not in the condition that she was in. There was no way that she would have been able to turn on the car and drive down no street. Do nothing. So where was she going? Why was she in a rush to go anywhere? If we ever think that she was in a rush to go somewhere, where was she going? She wasn't going nowhere. Why? Because Bree's ass wasn't even back with the goddamn keys yet. And so they knew that Bree had the keys, and they knew that Bree wasn't back yet. So what the fuck was Monifa and Shamaya talking about? That, well, we had went back in to get the keys in the car. See, people, see, that's where they get you. You fell for the motherfucking okie doke. Because Bree, and it's in the case files, she had texts and she had told Kanika she was on her way back. And then finally, when Bree came back, Bree got the news that Kanika was missing. But see, all of that was bullshit because Bree knew to play. So she tried to play like, oh, well, Kanika's missing. Let me go find her. You're fucking bullshit, Bree. That's why you ain't around nowhere, Bree. Bree, you knew what your cousin did, Bree. That's why your motherfucking ass cried so bad, Bree, because you knew what happened to Kanika. And that's why your ass ain't on no social media platform today. Because Bree, you knew what happened. And you didn't say shit. You fucked up, Bree. You fucked up, man. Peoples, where was Kanika going? She was in a hurry to get where? She wasn't going nowhere. Because these girls wasn't going to entrust their lives into her hands when she couldn't even walk. How in the hell she was going to drive? So if she was sitting down with her head between her legs like they proclaimed, well, then she was safe. She was in a safe place. Nothing was happening to Kanika because she was sitting down with her heads between her legs. She was safe. But the other narrative was, well, we took her out the room. We was about to leave. Well, what? How was you about to leave? Where was you going? Because Bree had the keys. It didn't matter about the cell phone. I mean, shit, you can get you. It didn't take two people to get a cell phone, peoples. But see, they said they came back in to retrieve the cell phone and keys. That is a bold-faced lie, peoples, because Bree had already fucking told you she got the goddamn keys and Bree wasn't around at the time to when they were planning on leaving. That was a fucking setup. Pure and simple, peoples. And it's in your goddamn face. Open up your goddamn brain and learn something for a moment, peoples. Where in the fuck were they going when Bree had the keys? And when Bree came back, Bree was told that Kanika was missing. Kanika was missing. Kanika is missing. What do you mean she's missing? Go find her. Kanika's missing. What do you mean Kanika's missing? Go find her. Kanika's missing. How could you lose a how could you lose a grown woman? That was the conversation. And then all of this other bullshit, she was left at the party. She wasn't left at no fucking party. Those motherfuckers didn't leave her. Peoples. Because where in the fuck were Bree? I mean, where in the fuck was Monifa and Shamaya going? Because Bree had to drive them. She had the keys. So it didn't care. It didn't matter how anxious Shamaya and Monifa was, because at the end of the day, people, where the fuck were they going? Where in the fuck were they going? See, when you break it down in the manner to which I'm doing it, peoples and stuff, and then you use just pure common sense and stuff, then you got to ask yourself the question: all of these side hustle conversations and narratives that people are giving and stuff, this is bullshit and nonsense. Because all you have to do is just follow by what they said, and what they said doesn't make no goddamn sense. And I'm gonna tell you how it doesn't make no goddamn sense, because at the end of the day, people's, I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna go back to this. The case files, and I've shown you this in the beginning. The case files said that the kids had brought the car back to Teresa Martin's house at 4 a.m. in the morning. That's what the case file said. But TM had said that the kids had called her at 4:30. Well, how in the fuck did the kids call her when the kids were supposed to have brought the brought the car back? So how did that happen, peoples? How did that happen? Because if they if according to the case files, if they brought the car back at 4 a.m. in the morning, and TM said that they called her at 4:30, but on the video surveillance footage, it shows that the kids were still there at the 4 o'clock hour. Who's fucking lying? And which do you go by? Do you go by the surveillance video footage? Do you go by what TM had said? Or do you go by the case files? Because all three are in conflict with each other, peoples. And it shit doesn't make no goddamn sense whatsoever. And Bree wasn't fucking around until a little after 4. Peoples, you guys enjoy your Mother's Day. You only got a few more hours. But Edward Joseph is getting ready to get the fuck off of here. I'll be back, peoples, if the Lord says the same. And I got more to come, because we got to break this shit down, peoples. We have to break this shit down. We have to get a greater understanding what the fuck happened. Because we only got 1 hour of play. And that's the golden hour that I call it. And what happened to Kanika within that golden hour? Could she have been hooshed up on some drugs or whatever that had her out of her mind in less than an hour worth of time, peoples? Because that's all we got. Because if she walked the halls at 2:30 something, well, she got there at 1:30. She's walking the halls at 2:30. Where in the fuck was the people at from 2:30 on to 4:34 at the time to when they said that? Where in the fuck were they at within that 2 hour span that Kanika was supposed to have been missing? Where were they at, peoples? Where were they at for that 2 hour span? What were they doing? Were they roaming the halls of that establishment? Were they still up in there getting some? Or were they sitting drinking and smoking and talking crazy shit? Did they really even care? Did they even ever notice that Kanika was missing? And it seems like, based upon what they were doing on the surveillance video footage, they didn't give a fuck. They were so calm, cool, collected, and stuff because they knew the play. They knew what Mike, and Peoples have already done to her. They knew it. That's why nobody was in no rush to go nowhere and do nothing. It was no panic. People's, if you ever lost your friend, you would be panic. You would be knocking on all of these goddamn doors. When did you see the people knocking on doors and shit? You would be hysterical. You would be at that front desk and you would be 911 calling all day long. Fuck. No, 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 no. Oh, hell no. My friend is gone. But these kids were so calm, cool, and collected. These kids were so calm, cool, and collected. They didn't care. They wasn't in no panic. Kanika was just another tragedy. We're about to get paid. She did too much shit. She lied upon people. She set people up. Now we set her up. She's got her due justice. This was gang style. So we beat her up, but we ain't kill her. But we left her to the wolves. The sheep was left to the wolves, peoples. It was just bad enough. You may not have killed her, but you took a part in it. And since you took a part in it, you are responsible for her death. It's called collateral damage. You know? Now, you may not have pulled the trigger. You may not have been the one that took the final blow or whatever, but whatever part that you played, you're still guilty of murder. You did that. And you think that you got away with it. But let me give you a forewarning, kids. Monifa, Shemaya, Bree, Irene. The Bible says, be not deceived, for God is not mocked. Whatsoever a man soweth, that she also reap. You're going to reap the various things that you have sown. And because of the death of this girl, you may not reap it now, but you will. You will. I've seen it happen, peoples. I've seen it manifest. I've seen it manifest. And it will happen. One of the things in the 10 Commandments God had charged the people not to do was, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not commit adultery. And then so on and so forth. You've already violated it. And you've already guilty of it. And so now your days is numbered. And you may sit around here thinking good fortune is going to come your way. And, you know, you want to sit here and look all sexy and dress all sexy and, you know, all like this and stuff. But my best advice to you, don't come to the Kanika Jenkins thing for the burial, for the adorning of the plot of the headstone, the cornerstone, because it may be at that particular point in time to when you will have your final resting place, because it may be somebody out there who is seeking revenge and have you as a target and will do you the same way that you did her. And then you ain't got to go no further because you're already at the place to where you were going to take your final rest. And all they had to do was just till the ground and lie you in it. Because, see, that's what happens when people do deviant, devilish, and demonic things. The devil is going to get a hold of you and he is going to shake you like a leaf. And when he get finished, boy, 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 boy. I don't think they're coming, peoples. I don't think they're coming. And if I was them, I wouldn't come if I was them. They may think that things is okay now and stuff, but you know, all I am, peoples, is just a person who has a spiritual gift. And in my foreseen eyes, peoples, and in my spirit, I think it would be detrimental for these girls to think things is all right and to come to that place because it just may be one of their final resting places because somebody just may want to settle the score. Now, I'm not hoping for anything to happen. I'm not wishing for anything to happen. And I'm not saying that anything is going to happen. But I just have an eerie feeling in my spirit for one, if not all of them. Just because things didn't happen now, and you know, maybe they to the degree to where, you know, people can't find them. But if you make an announcement that you're going, then just maybe people will become looking for you. And see, the thing is, they know what you did last summer. And when death come a knocking, it ain't nowhere to run. You will be found. Peoples, happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you. You guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you guys on tomorrow. But I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for hanging in there with me. And I see my peoples had came in, so let me give a shout out to the people real quick before I get on out of here. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson has said, remember when I said I remember being slid into a furnace? Oh, yeah, I remember all of the things that you have said. I never forget it. Mariah Lavender had said, wow, so sad. And bingo to the bingo. And Mr. Edward Facts. Bull shit. Snake eyes. And what the fuck? But I don't want to leave on that note, people. So I want to leave on a cheery note and stuff. And I want to leave and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You guys have been solid. For all of you who have watched on tonight, And all of you who have watched the lives previously, watch the previous lives earlier today. You guys will have a treat. Thank you for coming in, people. Thank you for being a part of Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Thank you for listening to me. And I hope you really learned something, peoples, because again, you know, again, sin won't let you in. Sin will not let you in. And so it is my solemn prayer, peoples, that you guys all make it in. That you guys get yourself together and you go and and really seek the Lord as your personal savior, and turn from your wicked ways and change all of those bad behaviors and stuff, and treat your neighbor as yourself, and love on the people. Do good to those people who despitefully uses you, for this is God's way and it's not my way. Is that all right, peoples? So you guys be blessed, and thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. You know, you guys stayed to here solid. I didn't see the numbers fluctuate. You guys have sat here throughout all of this time and you have watched 4 hours straight. You have watched and you have listened to Edward Joseph. You have listened. And I hope that of what I had said, and excuse all of the cursing and things, people, but yeah, I was a little angry. I digressed some and stuff because I felt my blood pressure rising and things. But let me tell you something, peoples. If you have invested time like I have in this Kanika Jenkins case, then yeah, sometimes epithets is one of the ways that you can relieve stress and stuff. I don't mean to cuss so much, but in some instances, people's, it comes out that way. But set aside from all of that, I hope that you have literally understood exactly what I said and why I said it, and understood to the degree, peoples, that this madness don't make no sense when the people can't even use their own brain. All of these narratives and stuff that has been given, and the reasonings why the people is doing X, Y, and Z. Where was Kanika going to go? It was nowhere that she was going to go. She was a prisoner at the Crown Plaza because she couldn't drive. All because of whatever was in her system that prevented her from ever escaping that hellhole. I want you to think about that, peoples. Regardless, even if she wanted to, even she willed it, it was no way that she could do it. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I greatly appreciate each and every one of you who stayed in here and hung with me for all of this time. I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Peoples, be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you on tomorrow. And we're going to get in this, and we're going to look at this even deeper than what we did. And let's try to get a greater understanding as to why or how this could have happened within the golden hour. We're going to go over some different scenarios, peoples, but we're going to have science behind our back. We're going to have science. We're going to apply science, peoples. Not just rhetoric, not just words coming off our lips and things and stuff. We're going to apply science. And when we apply science, peoples, always understand science never lies. Is that all right, peoples? So until then, peoples, God bless you all. Thank you for watching.